Hello and a warm welcome to Kultursymposium Weimar in 2021. Wir freuen uns sehr, dass ihr unseren Link gefunden habt. Das vergangene Jahr war anders, deswegen ist dieses Kultursymposium anders. Ich sitze hier in einem Studio in Berlin, das ist eine Online-Veranstaltung. Aber was gleich ist, dass es wie bei den vorherigen Ausgaben, dass das ist ein Festival für den globalen Diskurs.
Hello and a warm welcome to Kultursymposium Weimar. We are very pleased that you have found our links. Last year was different, so our Kultursymposium is different too. I'm sitting in a studio in Berlin and this is an online event. COVID-19 brought us to this. I'm sitting in a studio in Berlin. But what's happening here is actually what we had with the last two editions of the Kultursymposium Weimar. It's a festival for global discourse, for interdisciplinary ideas and cultural exchange. And now people from all over the world can enjoy that. That's the online advantage. We then embrace each other next time in real physical life. The overarching theme of the Weimar Cultural Symposium this time is generations. Karl Mannheim, the German sociologist, described generations in 1928, defining them as groups of individuals of similar ages who share the experience of historical events. And this experience shapes the collective consciousness of this generation and its future engagement in society. His definition has been highly contested ever since, as blind to class, race, and gender differences, as two focus on purely Western societies. But we present a broad understanding of generations and will examine the topic from many different perspectives. Now I'm pleased to introduce Carola Lenz.
Carola Lenz ist Ethnologin, Senior-Forschungsprofessorin an der Universität Mainz,
Senior Research Professor at the University of Mainz, and since last year President of the Goethe-Institut. I'm happy to have you here.
Ich würde gerne mit Ihnen ganz persönlich anfangen. Welcher Generation fühlen Sie sich denn zugehörig?
Well, I wonder, what generation do you think you belong to?
Irgendwie rutsche ich dazwischen. Ich bin 1954
Well, I'm kind of in between.
Das ist noch nicht die Babyboomer-Generation in Deutschland.
I'm not the baby boomer generation yet.
Ich kann mich daran erinnern, dass vieles noch mit der sogenannten Kriegsgeneration zu tun hat, weil in meiner Kindheit meine Mutter nicht erlaubt hat,
I do remember still lots of things of the war generation, things my parents told me.
Die noch droht. Also ich hatte das Gefühl, dass meine Eltern schon noch Angst geprägt waren, 9 Jahre
So
nach
I
Kriegsende.
felt the fear my parents felt.
Nee, ich glaube nicht so direkt.
So did you
aber
feel
das ist so
fear
im
too?
Hintergrund noch da.
No,
Man konnte kein
not
Feuer
really.
sehen, weil sie sofort an Bombennächte gedacht hat, die sie in Berlin erlebt hat. Und
But my parents were afraid because they thought of the bombs. They felt remembered of the bombs that had fallen on Berlin. Now the baby boomers, they are willing to perform and they are eager to act.
Reinhard Mohr, der nannte meine Generation die Zaungäste. Leider Assmann sprach von der 78er-Generation. Das finde ich ganz pfiffig.
There's also a generation of 1978, Aleida Assmann called it. Who are those people?
Also so in der Politisierungsphase waren, angefangen haben zu
Those
studieren.
are the
Also so späte
people
Teenager,
who
genau,
became
Anfang 20.
politicized
nicht 68er,
in their
die waren immer schon
teenage
da. Also
years.
wir kamen und konnten eigentlich keinen Blumentopf mehr mit irgendeiner
I mean,
Radikalität
the
gewinnen. Es war schon eine
1968 generation had always been around.
Und wir
There
waren
was
aber
nothing
auch
special
noch
anymore
nicht so
for
ganz
us.
bei der neuen
However,
Bewegung zu Nachhaltigkeit, zu Ökologie und so weiter.
Oder zu
We
Feminismus,
were not
wo sich dann die
as much
68er
focused on
ausdefiniert
sustainability.
haben.
Ja,
Ne?
gab es schon
as
auch, aber
later
das ist so ein
generations.
bisschen dieses Dazwischen. Also ein bisschen
So
das
we were
später
kind
gekommen.
of
Aber
in
als
between.
Zaungast würde ich mich auch nicht sehen. Da sieht man schon, wie schwierig
But then
diese
I'm
Definition
not a
fühlen
guest
Sie sich
looking over the fence only.
also es gibt ja eine sehr wichtige Person für Deutschland, die im selben Jahr geboren ist wie Sie,
Now,
nämlich Angela Merkel. Die ist zwar in
Angela
Hamburg geboren, aber dann im
Merkel
Alter schon von
was
wenigen
born
Wochen
in Hamburg.
in die DDR nach
And she was
Brandenburg
born in the
umgezogen.
same
Sie
year
sind in
as
Niedersachsen
you.
geboren
She
und
moved to
aufgewachsen.
Brandenburg
Also
in
zwei
the
aus
DDR
der
when she
selben
was just a few
Generation,
weeks
aber
old.
groß geworden in
Now
zwei
you were
unterschiedlichen
born
deutschen
and raised
Systemen.
in Lower Saxony, so two
Was
from
eint
the
Sie
same
denn
German
als
generation in
Generation
two
des Dazwischen und was
different
trennt
political
Sie als Generation, die eben in
systems. What
verschiedenen
unites you
Republiken,
and what
Staatsformen
separates
aufgewachsen sind?
you
Das müsste ich mit ihr mal im
a
persönlichen
generation.
Gespräch ausloten, würde ich gerne
Well,
tun.
I'd love to talk
Ich
about
glaube,
this
so ein
particular
bestimmtes
topic with
Arbeitsverständnis
her.
und so ein
I think
bestimmtes
a
Gefühl, dass es
certain
nicht alles
work
ganz sicher ist,
ethos,
das
I'd
prägt uns
say,
wahrscheinlich in beiden Ländern und beide
and
Aufgewachsenen.
also
Und ansonsten
numerous
gibt es bestimmt auch große
questions,
Unterschiede.
things we
Aber
don't take for granted. I mean, there
Klar.
are lots
wäre
of differences
auszuprobieren.
between
Diese
her
Unterschiede, die
and
werden noch
myself.
größer, wenn man diesen Generationenbegriff oder
And
die Definition, über die wir
the
bis jetzt gesprochen haben, wenn man die
difference
global ausweitet. Denn
gets bigger if you look
Babyboomer
at the
und so, das sind
global
ja alles Begriffe, die vor
situation.
allem die westlichen Generationen beschreiben und die bilden
Because
deren
there are lots of concepts
gesellschaftliche
that
Entwicklungen
describe
ab,
the Western
welche
generations first and
Begriffe
foremost.
nach ihren Krisen und Erfolgen definiert haben denn andere Regionen auf der Welt und welche finden Sie
What
da
are the
besonders interessant?
concepts
Also
you
ich
see in
arbeite
other
ja
parts of the
viel
world
in
if you focus
Westafrika
on
und das fand ich sehr
crises
interessant. Ich mache
and
Forschung mit
conflicts?
Mittelklasse
Now, I've
Aufsteigern,
worked
verschiedenen
in Western
Generationen.
Africa quite a lot,
Und die
and it's
Jüngsten
quite
oder
interesting to
Jüngeren
look at
nennen
the
die in der
emerging
Kolonialzeit geboren sind und die
generations, the
Kolonialzeit auch noch
performing
richtig erlebt haben.
ones,
Das
and the
ging
younger
in Ghana
ones
bis
who still
1957, nennen die Kolos.
experienced
Und das ist so ein bisschen
colonial
abwertend. Also
times. So
die
look back at
Kolos
the
sind altmodisch
Kolos,
und die
as
wissen
they
nicht, wie
are
die moderne Welt
called.
tickt.
They
Und
are
die Älteren
kind
nennen
of
die Jüngeren IT-Generations, so nach dem Motto, ohne
old-fashioned.
ihr Equipment
I
sind
do
die
remember
irgendwie
colonial
hilflos.
times as
In
they
Afrika
were
haben wir
born
auch
Das ist
before
ja aber ähnlich wie hier, ja, weil das
1957, and
Kolos
the
wären hier,
other
okay,
ones
Boomer, das ist so eine
are
Unzufriedenheit, irgendwie, die
much
auch eben den
more
besser wissenden,
digital.
bequem,
Right.
irgendwie Älteren
Ja,
gegenübergebracht wird.
But
aber es
that's
referiert auf eine politischen
something I
Einstellung.
do
Das stimmt.
see
Und wenn wir
here
jetzt mal
as
Südafrika nehmen, die Born Frees, da ist es sogar so,
But
dass
then
man sehen
you
kann,
also have the
dass
Born
die Struggle
Frees.
Generation, also die den bewaffneten Unabhängigkeitskampf ausgefochten haben, politisch damit sich legitimieren in
generation of
Führungspositionen. Und
those
die
who
Born Frees
fought
sind da
okay.
the
diejenigen, die nicht so
independence war
reinkommen. Anderes
is
Konzept.
different.
Und dann erlebe ich natürlich in Ghana, wo ich in einer Familie teil bin, auch noch
Now, I'm
dieses
part of a
ganz
family in Ghana,
auf die Familie bezogene Generationenkonzept, sozusagen vertikal.
and
Ja?
there we
Nicht eine
also have kind of
Altersgruppe, sondern
vertical
vertikal.
concept of the
Und dann werde ich
generation,
in die
which
Rolle
is
gebracht.
referring to
Ich
the
bin
family.
die
So
Tochter,
this
ich
is
bin
not
die
about
Mutter, ich bin die
age, but it's
Großmutter.
about
Und wenn
my
ich in einem Dorf
role.
jemanden
I'm
treffe,
a
der dann
daughter,
irgendwie
I'm a
rekonstruiert,
mother,
wie bin ich
I'm
denn
a
mit dem entfernt
grandmother.
verwandt, dann sagt du bist meine Großmutter.
And
Du müsstest
I
mir
mean,
jetzt eigentlich
I'm
ein Bier
also
bezahlen.
related
Also
to the
das sind dann
people
auch nochmal
in
andere
a village.
Und
So
da
I
werden
meet
auch
people
direkt
who say,
persönliche
okay,
Ansprüche
you're my
irgendwie
grandmother,
und
so you
Verteilungsgeschichten
have to pay for my
irgendwie
beer.
geklärt. Jetzt erwarten uns 2 Tage volles Programm rund um diese
Now, we'll have
Begriffe, Sinn und Unsinn
exciting
des Begriffs und
events
Unterschiede eben global. Auf welche
in the next
Programmpunkte
few
freuen Sie sich denn
days, and
besonders?
we will
Also
talk
ganz
about
besonders jetzt gleich
generational
im
issues a
Anschluss
lot.
Jane
What are you looking
Goodall, die
forward to?
Schimpansengenerationen
Well,
und
Jane
aber auch
Goodall,
die Generationen von
that's
Frauen in der Wissenschaft, wie sich
certainly
das verändert hat. Das thematisiert sie ja auch.
an
Und dann
exciting
morgen
guest. But then it's
den
also about
Vergleich
generations and women.
Japan
And tomorrow,
und Niger.
I'm
Die
very much looking
älteste
forward
und die
to
jüngste
the comparison of Japan
Bevölkerungsgruppe. Das finde ich
and
total spannend, wie dort
Niger,
jeweils unterschiedliche
which is the
Generationenverhältnisse
oldest and the
erfahren und
youngest
erlebt werden.
generation.
Ja, schön.
A
Wir
nation,
legen gleich
actually,
los mit dem
in
Programm,
the
aber
world.
vorher möchte sie
Right.
in diesem ersten
We
offiziellen
are
Teil
about to start
natürlich
with the
noch jemand
first
begrüßen, und zwar Michelle Müntefering,
part
die
of our
Staatsministerin
program.
für
But
internationale
before
Kultur,
we have the
Politik
first
und
artistic
Auswärtige.
contribution, I'm happy to welcome Michelle Müntefering.
Liebe Freundinnen und Freunde des Goethe-Instituts, liebe Kulturinteressierte, liebe Neugierige, diskursiv, interdisziplinär und divers, das ist das Kultursymposium Weimar. Es geht hier um die Zukunft, um die großen Themen unserer Zeit. Im Englischen gibt es den schönen Ausdruck Thinking out of the box. Wenn ich mir ein Bild zu diesem Ausdruck vorstelle, dann denke ich an das Kultursymposium. Denn es schafft immer wieder einen Ort, an dem aus wirklich völlig unterschiedlichen Blickwinkeln heraus neue Perspektiven entwickelt werden. Literatur trifft auf Verhaltensforschung, Linguistik, auf Astrophysik und das mit Teilnehmerinnen und Teilnehmern aus der ganzen Welt. Und das ist wirklich etwas Besonderes, was es in dieser Form eigentlich nur beim Kultursymposium gibt. Das Thema dieses Jahr: Generationen. Es ist ein Thema, das tatsächlich alle Menschen miteinander verbindet und das dennoch viele Fragen aufwirft. Welche unterschiedlichen Perspektiven haben wir auf die Welt? Wie gestalten wir gemeinsam die Zukunft? Was geben wir zukünftigen Generationen weiter? Generation, das ist eine Einladung, gemeinsam über Gerechtigkeit, über Nachhaltigkeit, Erinnerung und Identität nachzudenken. Ich kann Ihnen sagen, ich freue mich darauf und ich danke dem Goethe-Institut, dass es auch im Pandemiejahr 2021 das Kultursymposium Weimar auf die Beine gestellt hat. Die große Resonanz auf die bisherigen Ausgaben zeigt, dass das Symposium wirklich was Besonderes ist. Es steht exemplarisch für das, was unsere internationale Kulturpolitik ausmacht, nämlich das Kennenlernen anderer Blickwinkel, um gemeinsam die Herausforderungen zu bewältigen, vor denen wir alle als globale Gemeinschaft stehen. Kultur, Bildung und Austausch, das ist kein Selbstzweck. Sie helfen uns dabei, unsere Welt auch für zukünftige Generationen zu erhalten. Ich wünsche uns allen in den kommenden beiden Tagen viele spannende Diskussionen, überraschende Einblicke und natürlich auch ganz viel Spaß.
Für die Staatsministerin für internationale Kulturpolitik am Auswärtigen Amt für Michel Montefiore. Und auch vielen Dank Ihnen, Carola Lenz. Und wenn Sie diese Frau, die hier noch überhaupt gar nicht genug reden konnte, nochmal hören möchte, es gibt nämlich zum Kultursymposium auch Generations FM, das ist ein Radioprogramm, das findet ihr auf der Website. Und da gibt es ein spannendes Gespräch von Carola Lenz mit dem Historiker Winfried Speicher, mit dem Präsidenten der Bauhaus zum Begriff der Generation aus historischer, soziologischer, ethnologischer
They are looking at generations from a sociological
Danke, dass Sie
perspective.
hier waren. Und wir machen jetzt weiter wirklich
Carola,
mit dem
for
Programm,
having been
mit dem
here,
ersten
and
künstlerischen
we shall now
Beitrag.
continue
Das ist
with the
Medienkunst
first
von Li
artistic
Han-Wei aus
contribution.
China. In
That's
seinen
media
bisherigen
art
Medienarbeiten erkundet Han-Wei,
of
wie Konsumismus,
Han-Wei
Traditionskitsch
from
und
China. In his previous
Gigantismus
media
Chinas
works,
Gegenwart
Han-Wei
prägen.
explored
In
how
seiner neuesten
consumerism,
Arbeit
traditional
erfindet Li
kitchen,
Han-Wei eine neue
gigantism
Generation der
shaped
Geldanlage.
China's
Pixel,
presence in
das ist sicherlich kein
subculture,
Zufall, wo
investment
gerade
bank.
jetzt ja die
He invents
NFTs,
a new
die
generation of
Non-Fungible
investment.
Tokens, einen
Pixels,
riesigen Hype in der
certainly
Kunstwelt
no
erleben.
coincidence since the
Diese
rise and
Pixel
hypes of
hält die
NFTs
von Li
in the
Han-Wei
art
erfundene
world. Pixels are
Subculture
the most
Investment Bank für
reliable
das
means of
zuverlässigste
transaction for the
Transaktionsmittel. Das ist eine
subculture
Kooperation
investment
mit dem
bank
Goethe-Institut
invented
Shanghai.
by Li Han-Wei, and this is a collaboration with the Goethe-Institut Shanghai.
开着网线船，日夜兼程去了一趟深网，赶跑这么远，多亏用爱发电，无限流量，纯8区超长续航。听说这块新开了家银行，赶紧开船过来勘察现场。一路穿梭入口光鲜长廊，灯光一闪进入海底殿堂，各路形象全部汇聚一堂。炸鸡可乐也就基础配套，异形和哥斯拉跨服对仗，蝙蝠侠、钢铁侠同台闲聊。还没进亚投行就给你这么大阵仗，从亚投行专属光纤口出来，就能看见号称全宇宙最复杂多体建筑了。亚投行是啥？是投资像素的一家银行，是专注图像的一个中心，是全民亚文化投资银行。进来这么一看，可能感觉是很正常的装潢，毕竟室内出现艺术画廊，你也不该太大惊小怪。但是亚投行的设计师不是豪瑟沃斯，不可能给你在伟大的亚投行中心搞个巨型画廊。先不展开细节，光顺着画往上爬就能体会到它的伟大。如何定义亚投行的建筑风格？不是哥特，不是凡尔赛，不是极简，不是新中式，不是包豪斯，是单纯的伟大，是但凡有一种感官尚未失灵就会天旋地转、五体投地的伟大。光看这楼层导航，哪个银行会有粉碎性投资试验基地、图像处理中转站、精神客户包房？亚投行的商标是金链接上印着一个地球，这是权势财富，这是自由自信，这是眼界的速度，这是共同繁荣的象征，这是重新定义银行的伟大。你往后看就知道我没有半句过分的解读。调整一下呼吸，亚投行的神奇世界就在门背后面。开门见山，先下定义。
业界航母网络地标，世界现阶段最高级的、全球最大的亚文化银行体验馆。它将全球的综合消费、网络文化全面融合在一起，将网络几十年文化撰写在世界最大碎片建筑内。
可以说不来亚投行，往来网络行，不是嘴上说说。人家的陈设确实很能说明顶级文化鼎盛时期世界最强，不来不是人。 必须承认亚投行视野广阔，当代各国退休梗图齐聚银行发挥余热，毕竟图像如战场，但是不能光会结硬债打呆仗。创新商业像素也是宝贵财富，亚投行不会无缘无故排斥无用图像，随时都有为之像素一夜暴富。立足亚投行，放眼全宇宙，亚投行绝不拒人千里。在伟大的亚投行像素跳蚤市场，你能一站式配全摄影、绘画、CG 图像，一切的像素和像素的一切都在这里。虽然这个比全球前10大银行加起来还要大的建筑早已没有鼎盛时期的人气，但这里毕竟是全宇宙像素集散地。亚投行用1年1兆图像打通了193个国家的对外贸易。在像素的海洋里，有种置身多米诺骨牌世界的奇妙。所有你需要的款式大小，亚投行都能轻松找到。无论网上订单来自多远的地方，亚投行都会打包好每个人的理想，物美价廉，量大从优，一件代发直播网购，你攒2个月工资代购的那件 NFT， 在这里只是涂山涂海深处的一小块边角料。在这么多图片里穿行，难免感到脱力。但仔细看，确实有不少好东西。各路大牌随便一摆，基本都是清仓甩卖。不管外面像素多少，进了这门清晰就淘汰。网络不相信故事，投行不制造幻觉，管你多大来头，人问立马就卖。最精华的摆设还不在室内，
完全体现了现代网络发展的鼎盛时期，运用自创的像素原理，实现内采新风、外排废气、内外气体隔离、上下气体分离的超越自然的科技结构。
你们都听到了，已经不能满足超越全国、超越世界。亚投行这回要用像素超越自然。我怀疑大多数普通人和我一样，对金碧辉煌4个字没啥真正概念的。如果要说世界上哪里金子最多，那一定是在亚投行的门头上。这是我唯一见过的看起来真有钱的银行，人家这个行头确实很有说服力。亚投行的粉碎性投资试验基地像一个大蛋糕，粉碎性房屋遍布其中，往屋里屋外一看还有彩蛋。肌肉狗熊、肌肉雄鹿、肌肉兔子、肌肉长颈鹿，甚至蜥蜴都有肌肉。动物模不模糊，全靠网速加载。很显然，这回废品粉碎网速也跟着销毁。亚投行到底是什么？是交易海？是万神殿？是像素国际大银行？是全球图像度假村
？From digital fiction from China to the woodlands and tropical rainforests of Tanzania. There it was where anthropologist and primatologist Jane Goodall started to learn about the behavior of humans' closest relatives, the chimpanzees. She discovered that they too have personalities, that they experience emotions like joy and sorrow, and that they are also using tools. And she thus revolutionized the way we think about ourselves, about humankind, as not being the only species capable of the above. And we're very delighted to have her here today. Hello, Mrs. Goodall. Such a pleasure to meet you.
Well, hello, and it's lovely to meet you as well.
At the Kultursymposium Weimar, everything revolves around the topic of generations. Let's take a look at your long-standing object of your studies, the chimpanzees. What defines the relationship between young and old chimpanzees?
Well, it's basically the fact that the younger ones are submissive to the older ones. But they have such a complex society that they move around in small, ever-changing groups. And so the problem for a young male, at one moment he may be dominant over the females in the group, because that's how, gradually males become the dominant sex. But then suddenly an older male may arrive, and suddenly the young male's got to learn to be very submissive, just like that. So it's a complex society and very fascinating.
It's complex and totally different from human society and its organization, right?
Well, human societies are arranged in so many different ways. And there are some hunter-gatherer and indigenous groups that and not unlike the way chimpanzees are organized. But certainly in our Western society, it's very different, yes.
Have you observed any typical intergenerational conflicts among chimpanzees apart from this domination struggle that there is between the male ones?
Well, you know, the most fascinating ones, it's basically the same thing, but it's very fascinating to see the tremendous conflict as a young brother tries to take over at a certain age from his older brother in the dominance hierarchy. And this reminds me so much, you know, of a lot of stories you read in history about the battle between brothers taking over the throne, a kingdom, and so on. So it's very, very similar, really, between them and us.
Your own son spent parts of his childhood in Gombe National Park in Tanzania, alongside several families of chimpanzees with new generations of humans and chimpanzees growing up side by side. Please tell us more about this period of life and the interlocations in a way.
Well, we had to keep our son very separate from the chimpanzees because they are meat eaters and they have been known to take human infants. But what was fascinating for me was comparing my son's development with that of a young chimp who's exactly the same age and looking at similarities and differences in their motor skills and their cognitive abilities. That was fascinating to me. And I wanted to make it a scientific study, but somehow when it's your own child, the science went away and it was just observing and having fun with him, just like chimpanzee mothers do.
Yeah, that is maybe what makes you different from other sociologists in the past that have used their child for their experiments.
But I was shocked by them. I'm shocked by them.
Yes. There was a study recently published in the magazine Diversity and Distributions where 60 scientists described or made a model that 85% of today's habitat from apes will not be habitable till 2050 anymore, because with climate change and the woodlands being cut off and burned, that there will not be much space left for them. What exactly is being lost there if we lose the habitat of different apes?
Well, it's not just the habitat of apes, it's the habitat in general. And the point is that we are part of and not separate from the natural world. In fact, we depend on the natural world. We depend on it for helping us obtain clean water and clean air. We depend on it for food and shelter. But what we depend on is healthy ecosystems. And a healthy ecosystem is comprised of the biodiversity, the different plant and animal species that make it up. And if you imagine it like a tapestry, and each species as it becomes extinct, it's like pulling a thread from that tapestry. And if you pull out enough threads, because one species may be dependent on another for food, so one disappears, the other will too, and so on and so on. So in the end, your tapestry is hanging in tatters, and we depend on healthy ecosystems. So it's a bad lookout for the future if we allow this climate change and biodiversity to continue as it is now.
What is worsening the problem is that some parts of the tropical rainforests and the woodlands are being burned down in order to plant soybeans to nourish cattle, or just for cattle to grow up there. You are a vegetarian, and you say if everyone would stop eating animal products, it would change the world. What exactly would happen?
Well, the thing is, since I've been locked down here in England, I've actually been able to be vegan, you know, giving up eggs and milk and things. But the main point here is that we have become in the Western world reliant on cheap meat. And so people are eating way too much meat. And by demanding cheap meat, it means billions of animals are confined in these terrible factory farms. And many animals are just let loose into the environment where they destroy forests and woodlands. And the harm to the environment is unbelievable. So more grain is grown to feed animals than and at the same time, there are people starving around the world with not enough to eat. And also we're using up an awful lot of food for biofuels. So we've got to come to some better relationship with the natural world. We've got to stop intensive farming. We've got to, if people must eat meat, then animals must be farmed responsibly and humanely. And that's not happening now. Oh, say people, it will cost more. It will cost a bit more, but then you value it more. And the shocking thing today is the food that we waste. And the good news is there are many alternatives now to eating this cheap meat. Well, at the moment it's still expensive, but they've worked out how to grow meat from cells. And so no animals would need to be tortured. And it is torture. These factory farms are being called concentration camps for animals. And that is so true. Also, all these animals are producing methane gas, which is one of the main greenhouse gases causing climate change. And all this huge areas destroyed to grow grain to feed the animals is causing massive loss of biodiversity. So it's all linked together. Plus, our disrespect of animals actually led to the pandemic, which is still raging in some parts of the world.
Wow, that was a fierce argument, or a whole lot of fierce arguments for lessening the consumption of animal products. How do you find, how realistic is that the global human population is going to accept this?
Well, there is a growing movement of vegetarianism and veganism. It's growing fast in many, many countries. And I think, there's a lack of understanding here. And I think that's why I was traveling 300 days a year around the world. And that's why I've been on Zooms like this every day since lockdown began. I mean, it's totally exhausting, much worse than traveling, and spending a huge amount of my time developing the Jane Goodall Institute's Roots and Shoots program for youth, from kindergarten, university, everything in between. And they are gradually coming to understand not only the harm that we do to the environment with this intensive farming, but they understand that animals are sentient beings. Chimpanzees helped me to prove that to science. And every single one of these factory farmed animals, every one of these animals that's captured and trafficked around the world to sell as meat or as exotic pets or medicine around the world that led to COVID-19. Yes. Every single one of those animals is a sentient being capable of feeling happiness, fear, terror, despair, and pain.
Let's turn from the animals to you and your personal professional career. You were a pioneer. Over time, you have become an inspiration for generations of women in science and research. What were the challenges that you faced at the beginning of your career in the 1950s?
1960s, actually. Well, it sort of began when I was a child. I was 10 years old when I dreamed of going to Africa, living with wild animals and writing books about them. I had no idea of being a scientist because women didn't do that sort of thing. And everybody laughed at me. But you see, I had a wonderful and supportive mother, which made a huge difference. A mother who said to me, if you really want to do something like this, you're going to have to work really hard, take advantage of every opportunity. And if you don't give up, you'll find a way. So, okay, I saved up, finally got to Africa, met Louis Leakey. He offered me the chance of studying chimpanzees. Nobody had done it. Nobody knew anything about wild chimpanzees. And after I'd been there 1.5 years, Leakey told me I had to go to university, even though I'd never been to college, to do a PhD. And I was told I'd done everything wrong. I shouldn't have given the chimpanzees names. I couldn't talk about their personalities, minds capable of problem solving, or their emotions like happiness, sadness, fear, because those were unique to humans. Well, I'd been taught as a child by my dog that wasn't true. The chimpanzees only emphasized it. I mean, we share 98.6% of our DNA with them, And then all the behaviors, kissing, embracing, holding hands, swaggering, throwing rocks, having a kind of primitive war, but also showing love, compassion, and altruism. They're just so like us. So I just went on talking about what I knew. And luckily, my first husband, his film began reaching out into the scientific world. And then they just had to believe. But I never confronted them. I just quietly went on writing about things the way I knew was correct.
And you changed your topic of investigation and how it is investigated. In your opinion, what are the main challenges that women are facing today in the professional or also in the scientific world today?
Well, it varies from country to country, but all I can really say on that is the change since I was a young woman is huge. There are far, far more women in science now. I know it's tough in some places. There's unequal wages and unfair discrimination, but it is gradually improving, and there are more and more groups fighting for equality. And what I love is a saying by an indigenous person in, I think it was Ecuador, and he said, "Our tribe is like an eagle, and one wing is male and the other wing is female. And only when the two wings are equal will we fly high."
And in your opinion, what are the biggest problems that the young generation is facing today?
Problems caused by us, by our absurd idea that there can be unlimited economic development on a planet with finite natural resources and a growing human population and a growing population of livestock, so that we're destroying forests with all their biodiversity. We're polluting the ocean with all their biodiversity. And those are the lungs of the world, giving us oxygen, absorbing carbon dioxide from the atmosphere. And, you know, we've polluted the air. We're doing monoculture, agriculture, and poisoning the land, poisoning the soil. And we have been stealing the future of our young people for years and years and years. And if we don't stop, if we don't get together and find a better relationship with the natural world, then for my great-great-grandchildren, it will be a very sad world indeed. Indeed, we as a species are not exempt from extinction if we carry on with business as usual.
Thank you very much, Dan Goodall, for your clear words and for the work that you do. Enjoy your day.
Well, thank you. But I want to say the last word, that I do have hope for the future, the energy of young people, the resilience of nature, the amazing human brain. There is hope, but we got to act now.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your optimism.
Thank you.
From apes back to humans, what distinguishes my generation? Which collective description do I identify with and which do I reject? For our little series, Unboxing My Generation, the Goethe-Institut has asked filmmakers, influencers and other creators from different parts of the world to each fill a box with objects that have something to do with their own generation, and then to unpack it and to explain it in front of a camera and to share their highly personal view of their own generation. The first to unbox his generation is the Colombian political journalist Juan Carlos Rincon. He's a lawyer and journalist and editor at the opinion section of El Espectador, a Colombian newspaper, and he has 1 million followers on YouTube and TikTok. And be prepared to pay close attention, because Juan Carlos is a very, very fast talker.
tratado de mezclar años y años de violencia y horror con un país que quiere ser libre, defensor de derechos y estar en paz. Una generación confundida, con heridas abiertas, con mucha fuerza y con muchos sueños por cumplir. Hola, mi nombre es Juan Carlos Rincón, youtuber colombiano, y hoy quiero invitarles a que abran conmigo la caja de mi generación. Millennials colombianos, la promesa por cumplir. Si ustedes miran, la fecha de nacimiento de los millennials van desde 1981 hasta 1996. Y es curioso porque justo esos años fueron los más violentos en la historia de Colombia. Mi generación entonces nació en medio del dolor, el horror y el miedo. De hecho, ese es nuestro primer objeto, que es un vinilo del grupo Nietzsche. El grupo Nietzsche es una de las agrupaciones legendarias de la salsa y también un ejemplo casi perfecto de la ambivalencia de mi país y de mi generación. La salsa es una música alegre, feroz, que retumba en toda Colombia y que tiene su mayor popularidad en Cali. Cali también es una de las ciudades que ha sido más afectada por la violencia y por el narcotráfico. De allá es el famoso cartel de Cali, que junto al cartel de Medellín de Pablo Escobar asesinó, secuestró y torturó a muchas personas. Todo en los 80 y los principios de los 90, mientras la mejor salsa sonaba en todo el país. De hecho, muchas agrupaciones de salsa tuvieron problemas por nexos con narcotraficantes. Y es que vean, no tengo el tiempo suficiente para contarles toda la violencia que vivimos en esos años, pero les voy a hacer un pequeño resumen. Para eso, de nuestra caja saquemos una vela en honor de todas las víctimas, porque mi generación aprendió desde muy temprano a honrar a sus muertos. Entre los 80 y los 90 tuvimos los carteles de droga más poderosos del mundo, que mataron a políticos, pusieron bombas, secuestraron personas y sembraron pánico. También tuvimos varios grupos guerrilleros que mataron y secuestraron personas y tenían al Estado amenazado. También tuvimos grupos paramilitares que, en alianza con el ejército, se tomaron la justicia por mano propia y terminaron matando y secuestrando a personas. ¿Están viendo un patrón? Sí, horrible. Nosotros crecimos en medio de eso. Siguiente objeto. Esta cobija me recuerda a mi infancia. Y quiero tenerla porque les voy a hablar de un par de cosas muy difíciles. Yo tengo grabadas en mi memoria un par de veces que cuando tenía 12 años, compañeros de mi colegio no llegaban a clase porque les habían secuestrado familiares. Eventualmente, en un robo a una casa de mis abuelos, yo mismo sería amordazado. Pusieron una pistola en mi cara. Como ven, mi generación creció con la violencia como norma. Hay un dicho en Colombia de que todas las personas somos víctimas de la guerra, pero por supuesto hay personas que la tuvieron peor que yo. De hecho, aquí saco otro objeto que es esta carpeta. Es muy común en mi país, yo lo usé en el colegio y lo usé en la universidad, y que en los juzgados se utiliza para guardar muchos procesos, que es lo que le pasa a muchos de los casos de víctimas del conflicto que siguen sin ser resueltos. En total, se estima que Colombia tiene más de 9 millones de víctimas y 6 millones de personas que fueron desplazadas de sus hogares. Como dijo un historiador, Jorge Orlando Melo, para los colombianos nada es más familiar que la sensación de que el país se encuentra siempre en crisis, al borde del colapso. Colombia es una herida abierta que carga mi generación. Pero nuestro país y nuestra generación somos resilientes. Yo nací en 1991, el mismo año que pasó algo. Contra todo pronóstico, Colombia adoptó una nueva constitución. Y no cualquier constitución, sino un documento que se volvió referente en toda América Latina. Aquí saco mi Kindle porque como buen millennial no tengo la constitución impresa. Con la constitución se expandieron los derechos, se crearon nuevos mecanismos de justicia, se fortaleció la democracia, se reconoció que somos un país diverso. Sí, mientras estábamos en la peor época de violencia, Colombia logró decir, no, podemos ser un gran país. Yo no sé del continente reconocer los derechos de las personas LGBT. De hecho, aquí les puedo mostrar un objeto que tengo en la pared. Los grupos indígenas y afro reconocieron reconocimiento, protección y tierras colectivas. Más gente empezó a participar en elecciones. Y varios años después, mi generación llegó a la mayoría de edad mientras un presidente con rasgos autoritarios quería quedarse en el poder para siempre. Ahí empezaron muchos movimientos jóvenes y adivinen, gracias a la Constitución pudimos evitar que él destruyera la democracia. Entonces, del dolor y el horror nació una promesa, un regalo y un reto a nuestra generación. Nos dieron la oportunidad de crear y soñarnos una Colombia distinta. ¿Y cómo va eso? Bueno, aquí tengo que sacar otro objeto que es esta matera porque todo el mundo sabe que los millennials nos encantan las plantas con este letrero de Colombia, pero todavía no hemos decidido qué vamos a poner acá porque el otro resultado de la violencia es la indiferencia. Entonces vivimos en esta ambivalencia. Colombia tiene movimientos jóvenes vibrantes, pero también mucho desinterés y cinismo. Aquí saco la camiseta blanca que utilicé cuando hubo protestas a favor de la paz. En el 2016 tuvimos por fin la oportunidad de respaldar un acuerdo de paz con la guerrilla más grande del país y muchos jóvenes no fueron a votar. Es que ese día llovió mucho y bueno, ustedes saben, las almohadas son tan cómodas. Entonces Colombia es una pregunta abierta. Mientras grabo esto llegamos a un mes de paro nacional y el horror apareció de nuevo. Decenas de manifestantes asesinados por la policía, mujeres víctimas de violencia sexual, personas desaparecidas, caos y mucho dolor. Pero también hemos visto la creatividad y la fuerza de una generación que se toma las calles porque quiere un país más incluyente. 1 de cada 3 jóvenes no puede trabajar ni estudiar. El desempleo es peor en los jóvenes y afecta especialmente a las mujeres jóvenes. La verdad es que ahora estamos reclamando el control. Nos prometieron el país y el futuro, pero nos entregaron deudas históricas. Ahora es nuestro turno de crear el nuevo país. Manténganse sintonizados. Este video fue hecho para el Simposio Cultural en Weimar del Goethe-Institut.
Reality check, I would say. I said it in the beginning and I'm probably going to repeat it. Taking different perspectives into account is what makes Kultursymposium Weimar so special. Even as sociologist Karl Mannheim developed his concept of generations 100 years ago, his theory was contested, and the number of critics grew in the following decades as awareness of disadvantages and privileges around the globe increased. So we are now having our first discussion about the different meanings of the term generation, about what connects and sets people apart that are tossed into one and the same generational pot. What is the use of a category like generation? Now welcoming the moderator of our first panel, Johanna M. Keller from the Goethe-Institut headquarters in Munich, where she's responsible for cooperations and third-party funding. But before Johanna is taking over, a short survey of what people around the world think about generations, answered by various age groups, from school kids to pensioners from 10 different countries.
Generationen.
Nun. Generationen.
Generations.
Generationen. Generación en español y en quechua no existe.
Generación.
Generaciones.
الجيل.
Generation. Generaciones.
Agiel.
Jenya in Greek and pokolenie in Polish.
Nas.
I know Generation X.
La generación Y.
The Generation Z.
Baby Boomer.
Generation Alpha.
Millennials.
The greatest generation.
Also ich kenne die Generation Kinder und Jugendliche, Studenten, Erwachsene, Großeltern und Urgroßeltern.
Yo creo que, claro, los nombres se propagan a través de la media, ¿no? Como lo llaman en alguna parte del mundo, llega a otros lugares, ¿no? Los millennials, no sé quién lo habrá inventado, pero claramente se fue propagando y llegó hasta Chile, de alguna manera.
Vile naelewa generation imegawanywa mara tatu. Ya kwanza ile ya mababu zetu, alafu ya pili ni sisi, alafu ya tatu ni ya watoto wetu.
En el mundo andino no existe la muerte como que terminó. La muerte sigue, la muerte también es un comienzo, es muy cíclico. Y eso es muy importante y tiene que ver con de ver el pasado y seguir. Por eso las generaciones no terminan, se renuevan. Por eso no existe generaciones en una palabra quechua.
When people refer to my generation, they call us like kon lunmai, which means people from the new generation.
I think I belong to Generation Z, I think, but I'm not 100% sure.
Bin ich ein Babyboomer? Ich gehöre zur Generation der Babyboomer. Ich bin dann geboomt. Nun ja, wir gehören noch mit zu einer der ersten Nachkriegsgenerationen und sind schon auch sehr noch durch den Zweiten Weltkrieg beeinflusst. Also wenn ich von meinen Eltern und meiner Familie spreche, dann waren da doch starke Kriegstraumata standen im Raum, die sich auch übertragen haben auf meine Erziehung und meinen Werdegang auch erstmal.
I think what distinguishes my generation from other generations would be the kind of polarity that exists at the moment, how we are more open-minded to trying new things, in challenging social norms. So I think that distinguishes our generation from the previous one.
من به جنبش 68 تعلق دارم.
Generation 68, da fühle ich mich zugehörig. Vor allem ja diese Gleichberechtigung. Ich habe dann auch versucht, meine Kinder ziemlich gleichberechtigt zu erziehen und zur Unabhängigkeit. Ja, das hat mich in der Beziehung sehr beeinflusst.
I belong to the Generation Z. However, I feel like a millennial.
Ich weiß, dass ich, glaube ich, vom Geburtsdatum her noch so Richtung Millennials gehöre, aber vielen von denen fühle ich mich tatsächlich nicht so zugehörig, würde ich vielleicht so Prämillennial sagen. Dieser digitale Umbruch auf jeden Fall, also weil meine Generation das ja wirklich erlebt hat, vom Telefon mit der Wählscheibe hin zu ja, jetzt Highspeed-Internet und weltweite Vernetzung und so weiter. Also ja, definitiv hat das was mit meiner Generation gemacht, da bin ich mir ganz sicher.
Diese Zuordnungen bringen einen ja nicht weiter, weil ich mag als weibliche weiße Frau viel mehr mit einer anderen weiblichen weißen Frau aus einer anderen Generation zu tun haben, als mit einem Menschen aus meiner Generation, der ganz, ganz andere prägende Lebenserfahrungen gemacht hat.
No sé si conceptualmente entienden lo que es un baby boomer o un millennial, pero claramente se dan cuenta de cómo cambian las personas a medida que nacen con un celular, por ejemplo, o que saben escribir en internet o ese tipo de cosas. Se discute, pero no sé si manejan bien la diferencia de los términos.
So, welcome everyone to the first discussion of this year's Kultursymposium's program. We now want to take a closer look at generations. The idea that people can be divided into different generations shapes our thinking and our use of language, and it provoked the organization of a whole festival symposium around this topic. But what do we actually mean when we speak of a generation? We throw millions and millions of individuals into the same pot with one collective label that surely not everyone identifies with. To discuss whether and how generational categories can help us to understand current challenges, I welcome future researcher Monika Bilskite, communication expert Mariam Loushi, psychiatrist and happiness researcher Robert Waldinger, and science journalist Ranga Yogeshwar. It's great that you can be with us today. I would like to start with a question to Mariam. Mariam, you, a few years ago, you have been a leading figure in the Not Too Young to Run campaign in your home country, Nigeria. You have been very outspoken on behalf of the young generation. How do you actually identify this young generation? What do these members of this certain age group have in common that you want to bring into the discourse? Mariam, can you hear me? Okay, there's apparently a problem with the sound. Mariam cannot hear us. I hope this can be fixed. We definitely keep the question for later. I move on to Robert. Robert, you are the scientific director of the famous Harvard study of adult development, a long-term study on adult happiness that has been running continuously since 1938. What have you learned tracking people's lives throughout adulthood, and how do their ideas change during their lifespan?
But this topic of generations is so interesting, partly because we've been studying people as they move through their entire lives. And we see two big forces that seem to cause different generational groups to coalesce. One is what happens to a group historically as it moves through the life cycle. So, for example, the people who originally started with us in 1938 were teenagers during the Great Global Depression. And for them, your teenage years were so impressionable, and growing up in a depression was quite powerful in terms of how they began to feel about their lives, about security. Economic security was always a factor, even as they got into their 80s and 90s. Many times it was only a psychological factor, but they were still afraid that the world would fall apart economically. And if we think about it, I'm of the baby boomer generation. I did not grow up formatively in an era where the world collapsed economically. But if we think about millennials now, they have had 2 economic collapses, at least in the Western world, in their lifetime, in 2008 and now during the pandemic. And so for those people, again, economic insecurity seems to be a big shaper of their identity as an age group. So that's one, the kind of what happens to you historically. And we see that a lot in our study. The other, of course, is where you are in your life cycle and when you expect to die. So where we are in our lives shapes our view that in our 20s, in our 30s, the world looks very different to us and life looks very different than when we are in our 60s or 70s, depending on how long we expect to live. And so, and that occurs to everyone. That sense of how long do I expect to live, and therefore, what do I care about? And what our research shows is that our priorities really change as death seems more real and death seems closer. We actually change what we care about and what we do.
Thank you. That's 2 very clear definers of a generation. So historical context and the relation to death. Ranga, in your work as a science journalist, you have focused on the effects of the global transformations on our social lives. How does the category generation help you in analyzing these challenges? And how can the concept of generations actually help us to better understand the world around us?
Thank you for the question. I was a bit smiling about, well, the second argument of Robert, because last year I turned a grandfather, and this means on one side new things happening and showing you there is a proximity towards whatever it means, the end. Now I would like to enrich the categories of Robert by a third, and I think so, major category which coins the term generation in our times. We are living through an era of disruptive innovation. If I just sort of look at my grandson, I mean, he's called Emil, and later on in this discourse, I'll give a small talk on Emil's world. But just imagine, I mean, when I was born, I'll just give you an example. I was born in 1959. I have a twin brother. And in those days, there was no ultrasound. My mother didn't know that she had twins. They sort of, took big preparations. I was born in Luxembourg. And you could see at the end the bill showing my brother Pierre, who was the firstborn, plus 15% for unexpected. That was me. Now just imagine what has happened since then. Now you have a huge amount of technology. You know exactly before birth whether it's a boy or a girl, you have prediction and so on. So we are seeing generations confronted with entirely different technologies, shaping the way they interact, shaping the way they communicate. I mean, we all know that the young generation uses entirely different media patterns than the elder generation. And I think so, if we speak about generations, we have to add on the question of generations of machines. Because I believe for the first time in history, we see that progress is running faster than human generations. What I mean by that is, in the old days, seniority was quite important because elder people had more experience, so they were looked upon as, well, the experts. what we see now is that all this structure is flipping upside down, because suddenly you have new emerging technologies which are known to young people, and we start growing older faster because the pace of innovation is so fast that many people growing older give up to run along. So if you look at elder people and the internet, it's frightening for them. Social media is frightening for them. Artificial intelligence is frightening. So we see here a new quality where generations are strongly formed by technology, changing generations, not only locally in a country, but this is a global phenomenon. So if you go nowadays to, I don't know, China or India, you will see that these young generations use the same grammar of communication. You know, they are all swiping their smartphones. So we also see that the global difference between generations in a certain way has melted down, but we see a huge discrepancy and difference between age, technology, and the way people act.
This perfectly takes us to Monica. Monica, as a future researcher and digital nomad, you actually combine the two fields that Rangara just talked about. So you are interested in technological developments and how they shape us as humans. But more than this, you ask for a human shaping of the disruptive innovations that Ranga just described. What is your experience here? How can we better deal with these challenges?
Well, I really wanted to continue off Robert and Ranga's points, but I think a very important thing to not forget is also political context. Personally, I was having a really deep conversation, deep because, it struck so many complex and oftentimes very traumatic chords with the peers of mine. They're just about 5 years older than me. And I was born in a country that doesn't exist anymore, Soviet Union. And I came of age specifically during that sort of collapse of the Soviet Union and the first decade of the independence. Which brought all kinds of really troublesome and then further down the line quite amazing things. So technology also really played into that as well, because it was a simultaneous collapse of physical walls and the opening up of the digital world. And within kind of that age group around me, I feel like generational changes have been in much shorter intervals, but yes, because of technology, but more than anything, how much of the Soviet times you had experienced, how many of those memories you have, and people who had still really kind of lived through that time, it's very hard for them to move past a certain mindset and certain ways of communicating and certain attitudes. And then people that have not remembered any of that at all take a lot of things for granted. And by that, I don't mean just like taking for granted, sort of internet access or things like that, or gadgets or certain entertainment, but really fundamental human rights and fundamental human freedoms. So I'm very interested in really that interplay between culture, politics, technology, and the history of all of that. Because, contrary to, I guess, a lot of popular belief, the history of technology, the history of science is not some kind of neutral thing. And the politics and beliefs of a time really influence how we think and how we design and how we use these things. So I think that's really where I'm at. And then also continuing from Ranga's talk, I'm finding very, very interesting, especially in the area of future of education, really that change of power dynamics. But the change of that power dynamics, not just because some of the elders do not know how to use specific technological tools. And again, especially what I'm witnessing in the certain post-Soviet countries, as well as, I spend most of my time actually on the African continent, in the countries that have lived all through these fundamental shifts, such as South Africa, apartheid rule versus moving towards the majority rule, is really what type of political framework you were born into. and what you are able to be open to and what your mind remains close to, and how these things sort of clash. But I think we could go deeper into that later. I'm so interested to hear what Mariam has to say to that.
Thanks. Let's hear what she has to say. Mariam, I hope you're there. Monica talked about the political context, and this is actually where you're working. You run this campaign, I mentioned it at the beginning, Not Too Young to Run, to get young people involved in the Nigerian political context. You feel that the political scene in Nigeria is very much determined by an older generation that was that lived through the Civil War, the baby boomers and Generation X that were born around this time. And younger people have too little say in this picture, as you are saying. So what is your approach? How do you identify this young generation that you want to bring to the table?
So I think with the young generation of Nigerians, it's so amazing because we are connected to the world. Millennials and Gen Z are connected to the world more than, any other previous Nigerian generation. This is due to social media. This is due to just the world being a global village in general, and having access to so much information, and even realization of democracy itself and what it means, and the freedom of speech and freedom of the press and expression. And those are the principles on which, we base our advocacy for young people, especially in the political space. It's understanding that this generation has a place in making decisions that affect our future. So as much as young Nigerians, about 40% or more than 40% are under the age of 25 at the moment, which means it's such a, we're experiencing a youth bulge. And the older generation, they are much fewer in number. However, they're still in power. And so I feel, just like you mentioned, the Civil War really shaped the way that they think. And unfortunately, those are the leaders who are making rules for us today. And it doesn't work for the millennials and Gen Z because for example, there's a Twitter ban in Nigeria right now, which is an infringement of our freedom of expression and access to information. But this is being administered by someone who, he's in his late 70s. And so he does not connect, to the young people right now. And so we want to have people in those positions who make decisions that favor us and understand our context in today's world.
Robert, coming back to your study, you've looked at one generation that grew older during the course of the study. Now you're also looking at younger generations. Can you confirm that actually these challenges are much higher now, that there is a bigger global identification, maybe as Mariam and Ranga were describing, that people feel more connected, but at the same time have more stress due to social and economic factors?
Yes, I can. And these comments have been so illuminating. One of the things we are finding is that at the same time that people are feeling more connected, they are feeling more disconnected. They are feeling more isolated in tribes, in silos, because we know that the way technology has evolved, many of us are getting different views of reality through social media, through the internet. And that what happens then is that people, not just in different generations, but obviously in different political spheres, get different views of what actually is happening in the world. The other thing I just wanted to call out was this wonderful interface between politics and technology, because one of the things we're also seeing in our research is that technology is shaping our brains, that technology is shaping our attention spans, for example, so that many people in, for example, the baby boomer generation read books. Many fewer people in younger generations read books because those are long forms that require sustained attention. And so the way information gets delivered and the way information can be taken in is different depending on whether you are a digital native or whether you are someone in your 70s who grew up with books around. And so what we have to remember is that it's not just the ideas that get taken in, but the form in which information is delivered that differs depending on your place in the life cycle now.
Mariam, from this, we hear that the younger generation has way more opportunities. They have other possibilities to connect, to get involved, to get information. However, you argue that the current young generation is not in a good position. You were saying that for the generations before them, it was way easier to have a good lifestyle, to reach a certain economic stability. And you feel that this is now much more difficult for the young generation. How would you describe the challenges?
So I think both points are valid in the sense that because we are more connected now, especially I'm going to talk in the Nigerian context of, young people or millennials and Gen Z, that in a way we have access to more opportunities because of the access to knowledge and the access to the Western world in general. But on the other hand, economically speaking, right now, Nigeria is doing very bad economically. $1 goes for about 500 Nigerian naira, which means it's a huge plunge for us. The quality of our education has gone really bad between, the education that Generation X had and the education that the baby boomers had. We don't have that quality right now in Nigeria. We're overpopulated and the government doesn't know what to do with the amount of young people who are looking to make a living. And so we find that earlier generations at younger ages could have a family, could have a house or buy a house. Unfortunately, in this generation of Nigerians, that's not so easy. From about 35 years down, having a good education is difficult, having a good job is difficult, starting a business is difficult, and the work environment, even the business environment, is really bad at the moment in Nigeria. And so what we find is that young Nigerians are unable to have that stability, which makes it even more difficult to be at decision-making tables when you're still struggling with the basics. So when it comes to politics or even leadership in starting companies and leadership in any sphere of society is increasingly difficult for this generation and the younger ones coming.
Ranga, yeah. Please go ahead.
I would like to straight away connect to the idea of Mariam, because this is not only the situation in Nigeria. I mean, I have 4 children now, grown up, and I hear exactly the same story. And I think so what we have to be aware of is that the young generations, in contrast, I think so, to many previous generations, we all had a dream of, an open world. We could somehow do things naturally with national restrictions, as we heard. But all in all, we were free. But now we slowly see the coming generations under the burden, the stress of global topics. So, for example, my children, my grandson, I mean, just if you think of it, he was born last year, he's going to live until the next century. Now, just imagine, we have big global topics, such as climate change, such as resources, such as population growth, many species which are threatened, depth in a huge financial way. So this is a generation which not only sort of doesn't have that freedom of expecting that if they struggle, they will make a life which is better than their parents, but they will have to eat a big soup of sins of the previous generations. So the depths, they have to clean up the oceans. This is the generation which really has to, in a very aggressive way, think of alternatives of energy and so on, whilst our generation, my generation, we are on the sort of decline. And you can see the sort of discrepancy between the old generation, my generation, in power, sometimes clinging to power, sometimes having no empathy towards the young generation, and trying to, continue a business as usual with the mentality of après moi le déluge, so after us, nobody cares. And I think so. This is very frightening. This is also a real global phenomenon. So I think so. We have a first generation worldwide which is confronted with new global challenges, which never any other generation didn't have in this quality. So I think so. This is really a major difference. But I don't want to sound too negative. I think so. There should be room for, positive things, because we have a global empathy which is going up. It's the first time, if you look at Mariam sitting right now, I don't know, in somewhere in Nigeria, I suppose.
Yes, Abuja.
Yes, very nice. So just imagine the magic of digital communication. And this is also a quality for the first time in life. We have stopped these one-way roads from the prosperous countries to the other countries. And now we can hear the voices, we interact. So on one side, we have the big challenges, but on the other side, we have a world which is so interconnected, which is a new quality, a new power, and I think so also a new hope.
This is your field of expertise, Monica, please.
Yeah, well, I agree with what Ranga just said, and I also want to challenge it even further. So the notion après moi le déluge, after us the flood, in some cases is actually worse than that. So just bits and pieces of data. In the UK, the Tory party receives more money from dead people than from living people. Meaning, it's not just like after me the flood, like I don't care what happens, y'all deal with these crises, from that result directly from me benefiting from exploiting this living planet Earth, as well as other humans, other beings on it. But it's also like, after me, I want to continue that exploitation. I want my toxic belief systems to persist even when I'm not there. Meaning, like, I want to continue funding the fossil fuel subsidies. I want to continue funding xenophobic, sort of anti-immigration, homophobic, queerphobic, transphobic, anti-LGBTQI type of politics, etc., even after I have died. Meaning people are leaving this money in their wills, in their estates, to continue funding things that that truly imperil the younger generation. And I think this is something that obviously a lot of people maybe do not necessarily know, but when we start looking at different data points, like the wealth ownership, across different generations in the US, etc., the picture is really, really quite scary. And there's that threat, because a lot of people sort of speak how, but, at some point, and it's really horrible to say that, but somehow, the older generations are gonna pass their wealth, through their, estates, wills, whatever, they're going to pass wealth to the younger generation that will fund more progressive things. But in fact, what we are seeing, right, is especially over these last couple of years during this long pandemic year, is younger generations and older generations having these major fallouts, to a point where people don't even speak to their parents, to their grandparents. And then out of that spite, those older generations risk to funnel then that money and that funding, even as they pass, to support the kind of policies that will in fact, endanger, their descendants. And even more so, and I want to, again, add to challenge a bit, but maybe just add a bit of a nuance about this notion of books and how we engage with information. there's actually quite a bit of an increase in reading books, even among young people. I'm not sure how much it compares with the boomers. In some way, I feel like a lot of boomers mostly watch TV these days, whereas a lot of young people have moved on to listening to audiobooks and these new formats that render it more accessible, more affordable, et cetera, et cetera. A lot of young people pirate digital books, so maybe it's hard for us to judge these accurate numbers as well. But I find that interesting because ultimately what it points towards, and there's been a lot of criticism of, sort of the lack of attention spans and things like that. And some of it can be true, but at the same time, what I feel we also need to discuss is that a lot of these previous formats through which information education was accessed were quite demagogical. Essentially, they were quite top down, right? A book tells you what it is. A university lecturer tells you how it is, and you can't question it back. Whereas and even with journalism, right? Like a newspaper piece, you read it, okay, you can rant about it. Maybe you can send a letter to that media company. But today, when journalists are making Twitter threads, right, you can immediately interact with it. You can quote tweet it, you can engage with it. So it's kind of much more about this interactive form of content. And friends of mine, who I was with this weekend, we also talk about that. A friend of mine is a professor at the university, and he was saying how especially younger students, they challenge, they say, well, is this really so? I read about this in this other source that way, something that was unimaginable, even just when I was studying, which is not such a long time ago. So I think these two nuances, but at the same time, I don't disagree with anything that you, Ranga and Robert said, sort of just adding another layer to it.
Robert.
Well, Monica and Ranga and Miriam have laid out these challenges, and it can seem overwhelming. And also this paradox that technology has connected us all more and empowered us in many ways, much more than ever before. But what we see across the globe is a trend toward greater and greater social isolation. And one of the big concerns is that in many parts of the world, people coming into adulthood, from adolescence into young adulthood, feel overwhelmed by the challenges and by the lack of opportunity. And so they withdraw from social engagement. And so one of the things we find globally is that social isolation and loneliness are dramatically on the rise, and that we have these phenomena like bedroom boys in Japan and ninis in Spain, and phenomena where young adults stay home. They live in their parents' homes, in their bedrooms, they play video games, and they don't engage to take on many of the challenges that we know we have to take on as a species in order to solve some of the problems that are otherwise going to really undermine the fabric of our existence. So I just want to call out this paradox between the call to action, which I think many of us feel and imagine that the world must be feeling now, particularly the younger generations, and the paradox that many people are retreating and disengaging from social action.
This also very much connects to your study again, right? Where you found out that social relations are really the key to happiness. So I think that's also a very important factor if we now see that we have more and more social isolation. Yes. Do we have to be afraid that people get less happy, right? Ranga.
Well, I would like to connect to the ideas of Monica and of Robert, because I think so we ourselves have to question our perspective of what is society, what is being connected, what is being isolated. I mean, if you take the young generation, I mean, right now the Goethe-Symposium is taking place, at least part of it physically, in the lovely city of Weimar, which has a great library. And if you have a close look, you can see that in many facets of our life, people do not read in the classical sense. So they listen, they watch videos, And it could be that we end up in a post-text society. So we are right now slipping into a new way where, if I look at my grandson, for him it is absolutely normal to speak to a machine. So the grammar of how we deal with problems, but how we deal with our own perception, might also shift in a way. So I think so if you take young people playing computer games, staying in the bedroom, from outside it looks as if they are isolated, but perhaps they are evading into this virtual world where on another layer they might be connected. And I think so this is very difficult to judge, because we have seen that in the past. I mean, I have 3 daughters. Just imagine now in summer, when we are at the seaside, they would walk in bikinis. Now, 100 years back, they would have been arrested because showing, walking in a bikini was absolutely a no-go. And we can see that these categories change. So I think so the biggest challenge for the coming generations is redefining what is a society. It is not the old top-down model. It is not the business as usual of our old political systems. It is not this sort of mentality of one size fits all, which we have seen in political parties, but also in other areas of our life. But this is rewriting the grammar of an entire society. And I think so it is very difficult, because if you look at it in old categories, it's difficult, you always miss out something. But we see this enormous change, and I think so before we judge, we really have to try and understand what is happening. And perhaps in our categories, we see fragmentation, we see almost a dissolving society. But this might not be true, because it's perhaps a phase transition in the course of a longer, evolution almost, which is occurring. And, we always saw that the old generations never really understood the younger, more progressive generations. That has been the case also in the Renaissance. And this is naturally also the case now. But I don't want to judge, I just want to try and understand.
Monica.
Yeah, agreed. Continuing again from you, Ranga. I love how we don't disagree. We kind of keep adding to each other's views and keep weaving these threads. So my thought to that was, what I find to be quite an interesting paradox is that, right, the incel generation, sort of the predominantly male, predominantly white, and a lot sort of more middle class-ish, not always, people, sort of young people, right, specifically that we spoke about in the Western world, who have a lot of sexist beliefs and who sort of live in isolation, don't engage, especially with anybody of the opposite sex, mostly just with people sort of digitally, as well as, let's say, in the case of Japan, the sort of the otaku generation, right, what was referred to before. Those were the people that held immense amount of privilege in the past. Right. So those were the people that predominantly were being given the mic, that didn't have to make so much effort and had opportunities given to them. And so a lot of that kind of access was being taken for granted. Now, that stuff is very, very slowly, but changing. Right, especially in the media conversation, right? All of a sudden there are many more voices. There are voices that were completely, they were not silent, they were silenced, they were erased, specifically more marginalized voices, specifically queer voices, specifically immigrant voices, specifically indigenous voices, specifically Black voices, right? And what I find really interesting is that it's kind of almost like a backlash and an ability to catch up or to integrate into that evolving reality. But what I find amazing, and I must say, I grew up in a small town in North Lithuania as a kid that looked distinctly different from the general sort of population of the town I was from. I was bullied with sort of racialized perspective because of queerness, because of being non-neurotypical. I grew up very, very isolated. And these early sort of digital channels was the opening up to the world. So in fact, I felt incredibly isolated physically and felt like I was doomed to it. And so digital tools, really social media was actually social for me because it gave me access to people that would not bully me, would not, or I mean, I experienced bullying online as well, but at least I found the community, whereas IRL, I only experienced that reality of bullying. And so I can see that all across, especially again, with a queer community, with disability community, with people from marginalized identities. What's happening right now, for example, with the rise of Palestinian voices that have previously not been given any mainstream media channels, I think is really quite extraordinary. So this ability for people that have been totally marginalized, that really struggle to connect because of the lack of proximity of maybe others that wouldn't be judging them, that wouldn't be bullying them, that wouldn't be exerting violence upon them. That's a really quite an amazing shift. So, there's always this kind of, there's this and there's that. And so it's really interesting for me how those previously more privileged, in fact, are feeling more isolated because of social media, and those that previously have been marginalized are finding their voices, are finding their communities, are finding also their audiences, thanks to some of these digital networks. And again, there's rules and there's exceptions. I'm not generalizing anything.
So there are definitely many other categories that we have to add to the category of generation, right? All the aspects that you mentioned, Monica. We have a more or less clear definition of generations. We feel they are helpful in the political context or in the social context. And I think all of you are convinced that we have to get different generations, different groups, different representatives of communities to the table. I would like to pick up one question from the audience, because we're already also having audience participation through the chat. Mariam, if I can pass it on to you. One of our guests in the audience is asking, how can the exchange and cooperation between different generations be facilitated? I think this is very much what you are working for in the Nigerian context. So please share your experiences.
Yes, so I think that, first of all, we definitely need conversations like this one. And conversations are where these things start, on ideologies and the kind of way we want to run our countries, for example. And so in my experience with the Not Too Young to Run campaign, which is a campaign to get younger people to be able to run for political office in Nigeria, we had roundtable discussions with current leaders who are baby boomers, who are Gen X, and finding a way to move forward that is beneficial to everyone, I think was really helpful in our case, because we could see that people from older generations also have something to offer. People from younger generations have something to offer. The key is looking at, the problems that each society or each community faces today, and finding a way to put those strengths together and make sure that those issues and challenges are dealt with, just like it was earlier mentioned, such as climate change or any issue that plagues, any country or any coming generation. So I think those dialogues are really, really important, and looking at policies, how those policies can be shaped to be, effective and helpful to everyone and not just a certain group of people.
Thank you. And I will come back to Robert with a combination maybe of two questions from the audience. There is a question around the legacy the parents should pass on to their children, given all this very unstable and challenging context. So what would you advise parents? What shall they pass on? And also, how can young people then learn values and humanity, given all these technological disruptions?
It's such a wonderful question. And there is, of course, no simple answer. But so tell me, one is the legacy. And what was the second?
The human values and humanity. Yeah. So I combined it into one question because I think it relates to what parents pass on.
Well, one of the things that we did when our original study participants were old, when they were in their 70s and 80s. We said, what is the most important thing you would like to pass on to the next generation? We asked them also, what do you regret the most as you look back on your life, and what are you proudest of? And almost all of them said something about letting go of social expectations in order to express their own values and their own perspectives. And many of them said, I wish I had been able to let go sooner of these ideas of what I was supposed to do and who I was supposed to be. And this was people from all ends of this political spectrum, looking back on their lives, saying, I would like to have expressed what was in my heart and mind more freely earlier on in my life. So that might be the legacy that I take away from studying, thousands of lives over many decades.
Rangard, you have a comment?
Yes, because I think so what Robert said. Well, I first of all, I have to say I thoroughly enjoy this discussion. I think so. If we speak of generations, we are looking at the time dimension, correct? But what we are, in fact, we have to look is the time dimension on one side and geography on the other side. And what you can see is, and I lived it through my life. I mean, my parents, my father is from India, my mother from Luxembourg. I mean, I was born in the 1950s. I started German television as the first moderator with dark skin. So believe me, I have been an icebreaker. And what you can see is that these categories have slowly dissolved. And I think so this is very important. On the geographical scale, we see that, the old categories of nation, of, skin color and so on, is slowly dissolving because we are seeing new sort of mixed generations coming in. And this is also true for the time dimension. And I think so the most important word, and Robert said it in a wonderful way, is empathy. Empathy on these two dimensions, accepting that people might act different, accepting that the old categories, sometimes dividing societies, are dissolving. So I think so the most important thing for the coming generation is that we learn global empathy in these two dimensions. And I think so this is so crucial. Because the old generation has really nothing to tell in that sense, the younger generation. I mean, I am not, if I look at my children, I start learning more from my children than vice versa. And I think so tolerance and accepting that, well, this sort of, there is an inversion of the flow, which is due to, well, this is part of evolution, is very important.
Mm-hmm. I have one question to finish, again from the audience. The talk was definitely too short, but we have 1.5 days of the symposium continuing discussing this important topic of generations. And also, Ranga, as you mentioned, you're going to have the talk on the future, the predicted future of your grandson, Emil. So there is more to follow. But before we finish, can I ask every one of you in one short sentence, what would you wish for the new generation? Whoever wants to start. That's again a question for the audience. So what would you wish, what characteristics should the new generation have, however it may be formed? Mariam.
Yes, so I think what I envision and what I would really want for the coming generation is a more inclusive world where people with disabilities, women, people from, lower income backgrounds, LGBTQ, everyone is included in the way countries are built, in the way societies are shaped, and how everything is administered. I think that is key to just building a good future.
Thank you. Who continues? Ranga.
I think so. The take-home message to the young generation is be courageous and change really the frameworks. I was born in a generation where, you know, money is the most important thing in life and so on. So I think so. Happiness, after all, happiness for all is perhaps the most important. So have the courage of really being disruptive also with all the old concepts which my generation and the other generations had, but have a target. And I think so the target is make peace with nature after a long time and look at really what is a fulfilling life, because this is quite different from what my generation thought, and we are all shocked at the end of our life that we realize we have been striving for something, and well, priorities should be different.
Monica, in one sentence, what do you wish for?
A greater sense of agency, truly, because, you know, future is not just shaped by our actions, but also by our inaction. And so feeling like, you know, what David Graeber speaks about, that we are historical agents, and, you know, it's not just somebody else further out there that is deciding our future, also we do. And it's really going to take us coming together across so many different lines.
And Robert?
I would wish that we all cultivate radical curiosity about everything, including the things we think we know, and maintain the capacity to be surprised.
Thank you so much, everyone. Thanks for your curiosity, for enriching the discussion today. Please stay with us for the rest of the program. And thanks very much again for participating in the discussion.
Everybody.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
This was great. Thank you.
Much love.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Goodbye.
Thank you, Johanna, Monika, Mariam, Robert, and Ranga, for weaving your research and your opinions into one big tapestry on the topic of generations. And yes, we're going to meet Ranga later today for his presentation of Emil's world, his grandson's world. We also look forward to your comments and questions that you can write into the chat down below. To join the chat, you need to register to YouTube. Our next artistic piece is a form of shadow puppetry from Malaysia, wayang kulit. Only a few of these shadow puppetry groups do exist today. A century-old tradition is in danger of dying out. A few years ago, Fusion Wayang Kulit set out to preserve this tradition and to inspire new generations. For the digital edition of Kultursymposium Weimar, the Shadow Puppet Troupe has recorded an exclusive new video inspired by the Star Wars saga.
Hi, I'm Tin Toi Cho. I'm the founder of Fusion Wayang Kulit Malaysia. We are the team working very hard to revive the fading art of shadow puppet by combining it with something futuristic.
Hi, I am Padaim, and my real name is Muhammad Daim Osman. In Wayang Kulit, or traditional Kelantan shadow play, I also known as Padaim. I've been involved in Wayang Kulit since 1980s. Since then, I have been doing a lot for the sake of Wayang Kulit, because Wayang Kulit in Malaysia is considered as a dying art. So I've been working hard with a few of my colleagues, with my students, to make sure the dying art of Wayang Kulit can be revived. Actually, Wayang Kulit is a shadow puppetry. But in Malaysia, shadow puppetry is known as Wayang Kulit. And Wayang Kulit actually come to Malaysia in about 400 or 500 years ago. And it is believed it was from India. And they come together with the Hindu missionaries and they bring along the Ramayana epics. So having all this influence into Wayang Kulit Kelantan, of course, the main story which is we do in Wayang Kulit Kelantan based on Ramayana epics.
Wayang Kulit is not very popular in Malaysia, unfortunately, which is why I come up with the idea together with a good friend of mine, Teck Huat, where we combine something very old and something very new together into something very unique. So in our case, we combine something which is Wayang Kulit, something very old, and Star Wars, something very futuristic, into a project, into something like this, which is a Star Wars inspired Wayang Kulit shadow puppet. And the result is actually very promising because a lot of youth got attracted with this.
Artuditu, di mana kamu? Jika kamu di sekitaran sini, cepatlah datang di hadapan kami. Oh, di sini rupanya kamu, Artu. Maka begitulah putri dia apabila dia memberi sesuatu kepada Artu itu, terus masuk ke dalam bilik kapal Tentif 4 untuk menyelamatkan diri. Maka dalam keadaan yang demikian, kelihatan si Pilong sedang mencari Artu itu. Artu, di mana kamu? Di mana kamu? Wah, di sini rupanya kamu. Ketahuilah oleh kamu, kapal pemusnah bintang sudah menawankan kapal kita. Ya, kalau kita tidak menyelamatkan diri, kita akan tertangkap sama. Apa? Misi rahsia? Kau nak ke mana tu? Jangan! Jangan Artu, jangan, itu tempat bahaya. Jangan! Nanti aku ikut sama. Maka begitulah si Pilong apabila dia melihat Artu itu memasuki kompartmen, maka dia tu akan ikut bersama. Apabila kedua-dua memasuki kompartmen penyelamat, maka berlepas kompartmen penyelamat pula dari kapal Tentif 14 ini. To have a new student to inherit my skill as a master, of course, that is one of my main objective. So to be exact, yes, I have two students, which is I trained for more than 2 years to become a new master puppeteer.
Wayang Kulit is very special because it is considered the very first form of animation in the world where the master puppeteer tell the story using shadow. As for our Star Wars inspired project, we work on it in a very respectful way because I work closely with the master puppeteer and we create our puppet, make our performance based on the characteristic of shadow puppet.
My favorite puppet is the Wonder Woman. It's because she is really powerful and she has a kind heart. And also, this puppet is really beautiful and well detailed.
What I feel is the traditional art must be done in a more exciting way to attract the next generation because the future is the next generation, no doubt about it. And for our project, you can see we inject science fiction element into it, and all the kids, even youth, they understand what the character is and they will come to like or understand this art form. This art form could be 1,000 years old. It's considered old, it's okay, but because of the new element or the science fiction element that the youth or the kid understand, which is why they can connect. And I feel that this is the way to go.
Askar Pemberontak Melayu.
Captain, bagi tahu aku di mana plan pemusnah bintang yang aku kehendaki.
Sangkalah pada sakitnya, aku tidak tahu menahu tentang plan yang kamu kehendaki.
Captain, jangan cuba kamu berbohong dari hadapan aku.
Sangkalah pada, aku tidak tahu menahu tentang plan yang kamu katakan. Kami hanyalah kapal diplomatik. Kami tidak tahu menahu. Sangkalah pada, aduh sakitnya.
Captain, berani kamu berbohong dari hadapan aku. Ingat, jika kamu terus berbohong, kamu akan mati di tanganku.
Sangkalah pada, aku tidak tahu menahu. Maka marah sangkalah pada maka bila dia tahu Kapten Askar Pemberontak akan berbohong di hadapan dia. Maka dibunuh akan Kapten Askar Pemberontak Melayu.
Komander,
sangkalah pada,
selongkar setiap inci kapal tentif 4. Cari sampai dapat di mana tersimpannya plan pemusnah bintang yang aku kehendaki.
Tak apa sangkalah pada. Kalau sungguh selaku yang demikian, perintah kami junjung, maka Komander Hulbala Empire apabila mendapat perintah sangkalah pada, agak tangan menyembah, bawa askar yang banyak nak mencari di mana tersembunyinya plan pemusnah bintang pula.
If the coronavirus, SARS-CoV-2 wouldn't exist, we would probably be meeting in beautiful Weimar today. The program might have been similar, but after the panels, audiences might have continued the debate at the ice cream parlor or at the bar later that night, or just be dancing. That is almost allowed in Germany with low infection and high vaccination rates. So the German audience could have gathered in Weimar today. But as the Kultursymposium is a global thing, and without people from all around the world being able to attend, that is just not what it should be like. So here we are all together in the digital space, but we want to add some of Weimar's summer atmosphere to the mix. And in Weimar, I am connected to Kirsten Münch, cultural education speaker at Klassikstiftung Weimar. Hi, Kirsten.
Hello, and a very warm welcome to everyone at their screens. It's literally warm, actually. And I'm lucky not to be alone, but joined by one of the artists who is presented in the gallery behind us, Kristin Jakobek. Hi, it's so nice to have you.
Kirsten, tell me, what's going on in Weimar these days? After a long corona winter, is the cultural life slowly starting to blossom again?
Actually, we're in the park. People are outside enjoying themselves. They're in the nearby swimming pool. And this is mostly due to the fact that the numbers in Weimar significantly dropped during the recent weeks, and this is why a cautious optimism is in place. However, this creates an interesting contrast considering the work of Kristin. It is named A Toothless Grin, and to me this appeared kind of eerie or uncanny. Could you let us in on your ideas approaching the subject?
So a toothless grin describes this idea of a void or a type of emptiness that I see more and more in our everyday lives that is, I think, in part caused or at least enhanced through digitalization. And in the video artwork, I'm also trying to show this growing gap, departure from nature. So we see kind of both.
And your work pursues those questions with the medium of media art. And would you consider this medium to be something specific regarding your generation?
Yes, I definitely think that the digital space is a place where we can really reach my and also younger generations. But that being said, I'm really happy that we can show the work here today.
Actually, we will be able to see the work on site tonight when the gallery is opening the exhibition. But you as well are able to see Kristin's and other works online. And thank you, Kristin, for being with us tonight and today. And thereby we give it up back to the studio.
Thank you, Kirsten and Kristin. Have a nice festival in our digital space with us together. I hope you join us. Thank you. Yes, as Kirsten said, we have this sneak preview at 8 p.m. on Instagram, and you can find the link on our website as well. And we will show 2 video works from the exhibition in tomorrow's live stream, Toothless Grin from Kristin Jakubek that we just heard about, and The Cane Lens by South African artist Sarah Julius. And now we go to South Korea. The condescending meme, okay, boomer, for the older generations is perhaps equivalent to Konde in South Korea for older people who think they know everything better and who only expect subordination from the younger ones. And the function that taboo-breaking and politically incorrect figures like Pippi Langstrumpf in Europe or Borat or Beavis and Butthead in the US fulfill, namely questioning hierarchies, breaking unwritten rules, is fulfilled in South Korea by a penguin over 2 meters tall with a scratchy voice. In 2019, this penguin was even voted Person of the Year in South Korea. Regina Harder from the Goethe-Institut's online editorial team, she's now talking about the role this penguin plays in negotiating generational conflicts in South Korea with South Korean journalist Jimin Kan.
Giant Whoa, Giant 팽 TV. Whoa, Giant 팽 TV. 놀랐다면 미안 이런 팽이 처음이지. Giant 팽팽. 남극에선 혼자였지. 남과 다른 덩치 원래 그래 특별하면 외로운 별이 되지. 한국에서 노는 게 제일 좋은 펭귄. 뽀르르 삐리리 암튼 스타라며 노는 건 내가 제일인데 한번 볼래? 그걸 하려던 건 아니야. Giant 팽 TV. 그래도 구독하면 내가 잘할게. 난 너의 팽생 친구 자이언트 팽수. Whoa, Giant 팽 TV. Whoa, Giant 팽 TV. 난 하나뿐인 210 Giant 팽의 creator 팽팽.
Now we have the opportunity to talk to Jinmin, an insider of Korean culture and pop culture. Why do you think does the generation Y or the millennials choose a character that is actually designed for younger generation as a speaking tube of their criticism and maybe not a figure that was directly designed for them?
That is a fantastic question, and I think there are several answers to it.
but the main one being the fact that Pengsu as a character deviates from a lot of kind of societal norms in South Korea, which, as you mentioned, can be quite rigid, given that South Korea is kind of one of the most homogenous countries in the world, especially when it comes to kind of its racial demographic. So Pengsu, for instance, first of all, is 10 years old. It does have the voice of a middle-aged man, as some people like to describe it as, but it is 10. And I think a lot of audiences kind of see its kind of irreverent attitude and its ability to talk to elders without necessarily using honorifics, for instance, as a very freeing way of self-expression without some of the hierarchical concepts that are encoded in the Korean language. It is also fairly big, and there are many jokes made as part of the show where Pengsu, for example, tries to sit on a chair but falls down, that kind of speak to its large body size. And in a society where body image, for instance, can become very fraught, given a kind of general, I guess, kind of in the media, like a lot of representation of very slim or small individuals, people see Pengsu's body size and its kind of prideful or even funny acceptance of its own size as very, again, liberating. And, you know, last but not least, and I think this speaks most directly to why Pengsu has become so popular among millennials, particularly those who are working age, is the fact that Pengsu has a very refreshing attitude to office life. It speaks to its bosses kind of in whatever way it wants to. It has told people, you know, those who contact me on my day off will go to hell. And it says a lot of things that a lot of working age people in professional environments do think for themselves, especially in very kind of rigid environments, but feel afraid to speak. And Pengsu kind of airs kind of those desires on their behalf. And I think a lot of people find that very kind of vicariously very pleasurable to watch. And so that's why a lot of people have kind of called for Pengsu to become president, or the workers' president, because it is able to kind of express their desires so well. And so I think for all these various reasons, Pengsu being this figure that kind of challenges a lot of these strict norms, it has become immensely popular among Korea's millennial population, but also I think a broader population at large.
In how far or in which way are the generations structured in Korea by any political dimension? Because if I observe the narrative of generations, for example, in Germany, there are a lot of romanticized moments of rebellion. For example, the generation of 1968, which is said to be a generation that kind of fought against the old Nazis in the institutions, or I see something similar, like this narration of newness and of modernity and of freedom in the storytelling of Woodstock in the US. How do the generations and maybe their differentiation work in Korea if the conflicts are not so easy to articulate?
Generational issues in South Korea are incredibly complex and fascinating, especially because Korea developed so rapidly over the last 70 years. So in a sense, two generations that are otherwise consecutive have experienced completely different socio-political environments. And so in South Korea, that has kind of reflected itself in some political divisions as far as the generations go. So my father growing up would tell me a lot about his generation in the 90s would be called the 386세대, or the 368 generation, the 3 standing for in your 30s, the 6 standing for, the 8 standing for in university in the 80s, and the 6 standing for and born in the 60s. And that was actually a fun fact, is it's named after the Intel 386 processor, and people just kind of adopted that name for the generation. But that generation became kind of known in the 90s because it represented a generation of people who came of age in a time where there was a lot of political upheaval. After the coup led by Park Chung-hee in 1961, there was a period of incredibly rapid economic kind of development that was soon followed by a kind of autocratic rule. And my dad, for example, who went to university in the 1980s, was involved in a lot of pro-democracy protests, kind of pushing back against governments like his. And so that generation now is called the 586 generation because they are in their 50s. But that's a really interesting kind of demarcation that shows a generation that was caught between, you know, the tail end of the Korean War and also the kind of beginning of economic modernization in South Korea. And now, obviously, like any other country, we also have our millennials and our Gen Z, and the, you know, there are tensions between all of them, right? Like the millennials kind of really dislike the boomers because they think that they are too conservative. There's a term called 꼰대, which stands for like stickler or conservative, or someone who tries to impose their opinions on other people, that is often thrown around in South Korea to refer to boomers. And then, you know, like baby boomers think that millennials are lazy because they think, you know, at your age, I could work this many years and buy a house, but you don't have a house and you don't have a job. Those tensions you can see also in the United States, and I'm sure in Germany as well. But in South Korea, they are especially prominent. And because South Korea is a country where technology plays such a huge role, obviously a lot of younger people in Generation Z, or I guess even my generation, grow up on a lot of the internet. And I think a lot of older generations also see some kind of negative influences reflected in that.
I was wondering how older generations, like even older than the millennials, even older than the millennials who are about 20 to 30 years, react to this phenomenon.
It's actually really interesting because Pengsu does have a big fan base among those in their 40s and 50s as well. There is a fan cafe, and in Korea, internet cafes are kind of sometimes used as a reference to online websites where a lot of people gather and kind of post their thoughts on different forums, a little bit like Reddit in the US context. But I think the original Pengsu fan cafe on the internet has as many 40 to 50-year-olds as it does 20 to 30-year-olds, which I personally found fascinating. But perhaps not that fascinating because my mother, who is in her 50s, loves Pengsu and watches Pengsu every day for a lot of the similar reasons that younger people enjoy Pengsu as well. My mother has told me she loves the way that Pengsu embraces all parts of itself without being apologetic for it, and is able to kind of stand its ground even when, you know, societal norms instruct it to be a different way. And my mother is inspired by that. So in a way, I think Pengsu does have a broader appeal to all generations.
What does it change that Pengsu openly calls and presents himself as a non-binary person, or as a non-binary penguin in this case?
So the producer of Pengsu, the person who came up with the series, is a woman, and she kind of has been very vocal in the past about issues of female representation in the media, but also kind of more generally challenging some of the gender norms that have been for a long time accepted as the normal up until now. And she gave an interview with, I think it was a publication called Woman News in 2019, where she said that she wanted to use Pengsu as an opportunity to break some of the gender stereotypes that she would see in the media. So it was a very intentional decision on her part to create Pengsu as a character who does challenge gender norms and gender assumptions in South Korea, which is a country that, you know, is progressively becoming more inclusive of like a spectrum of LGBT identities, but is still not fully accepting, in the sense that same-sex marriage remains unrecognized, and I believe still no anti-LGBT discrimination laws in place. So Pengsu, in a way, I think, in the same way that he, or it rather, appeals to millennial populations for being who it is without shame and in fact with pride, I think that also bleeds into the realms of kind of gender identity and also gender expression, because Pengsu, you know, again, despite having the voice of a scruffy middle-aged man, which is how a lot of people describe it, wears dresses, wears hair clips, and generally doesn't really have any kind of aesthetic that it goes by all the time. And I think it allows the South Korean population to kind of understand that, look, there are many different ways of expressing yourself physically, even despite what gender you might present yourself as, and that really, even gender aside, you can be whoever you want to be in whatever way and still be loved and accepted for it. Something that I think is important to know is the fact that Pengsu is a penguin, and I think that makes it a lot more, in a sense, its queerness a lot more palatable to audiences, whereas I wonder if Pengsu was not a penguin and was in fact a person, whether it would whether its queerness would be kind of interpreted in the same way or as kind of accepted so wholeheartedly.
외로운 별이 되지 한국에서 노는 게 제일 좋은 펭귄 뽀르르 삐리리 암튼 스타라며 노는 건 내가 제일인데 한번 볼래? 아 그걸 하려던 건 아니야 자이언트 팽TV 그래도 구독하면 내가 잘할게 난 너의 팽슨 친구 자이언트 팽수 워어 자이언트 팽TV 워어 자이언트 팽
Thank you, Jimin Khan, to South Korea, and thank you, Regina Harder, to the Goethe-Institut headquarters. We are now going to have a 10-minute break, which is enough time for you to browse our website, the Kultursymposium Goethe-Institut website. We there have media library sections, and there you can find a lot of videos, interviews, and discussions that have happened today. You can rewatch them, but we're also going to add more the following days. So be sure to check back next week also. And we have put together an exciting documentary film program called Blind Spots with contemporary exciting documentaries about identity and family. You can watch them until the 27th of June. The link you can find also on our website. After the break, we're going to continue with intergenerational contracts and how they are lived across the globe. See you in 10. Today and tomorrow is generations. Taking care of the elder and younger generation is something that connects us globally and furthers global inequality. When, for example, families in the Western countries are paying caregivers to take care of their elderly and children, and these caregivers oftentimes leave their elderly and children in the home countries in order to secure the survival of their families. The next discussion gathers people witnessing one or the other, either hiring nannies from other countries or witnessing motherless families in their countries. Hosting this discussion is Jana Binder, Head of Information Service at Goethe-Institut. And before the discussion starts, we ask people between 13 and 77 years from around the world what they think about conflicts and cooperation between young and old.
Also vielleicht müsste man es eher Diskurse nennen, weil das habe ich oft das Gefühl, dass es eigentlich gar nicht ein Gegeneinander ist, ganz oft, sondern nur ein Missverstehen. Gerade die Sprache ändert sich wahnsinnig schnell. Ich finde, alle aktuellen Debatten, die eigentlich geführt werden, könnten, glaube ich, die älteren Generationen absolut nachvollziehen, wahrscheinlich sogar unterschreiben, wenn man vielleicht ihnen auch die Sprache erklären würde, denke ich manchmal.
Los conflictos que existen de forma generacional, en Chile al menos, o tal vez en Alemania también, tiene mucho que ver con los traumas de cada generación, ¿no? Tal vez algunas vivieron la guerra, otras personas vivieron dictaduras, tuvieron que escapar de sus países, emigrar, ¿no? Y claramente cuando las generaciones de hoy en día, ¿cierto? Los millennials o los centennials, ¿no? Los niños más jóvenes, nacen en democracia. Y eso hace que tengan una perspectiva del mundo muy diferente a alguien que nació, no sé, durante la Segunda Guerra Mundial o en la dictadura en Chile.
در ایران تضاد بین پدر مادر به بچه فرزندانشون همونجوری مونده، یعنی اونا یک سیستم اتوریتر هستش، ولی جوانها تونستن در شهرهای بزرگ این کنستلاسیون رو به نفع خودشون تغییر بدن.
My suggestion for better cooperation between generations will be less comparing and a lot more discourse that is constructive and more accepting of each other.
Man hilft auch einander unter den Generationen. Wir haben hier einen 90-Jährigen, für den machen wir sehr viel, weil er halt nicht mehr sehen und hören kann. Und er auch für uns, er ist Jurist, er ist sehr klein im Kopf und hat uns geholfen, zum Beispiel unsere Mietverträge zu erarbeiten.
I think what is important for, say, the old and the younger generation to do in order to live well would be the ability to listen. And in that way, we create an atmosphere where everyone can exist and everyone can express themselves without feeling judged or called some sort of social outcast or anything.
Kuelewana kwa watu ni kufundishana. Mwanzo sisi vijana wa sasa ingekuwa ni vyema tukifundisha hao wazee wa kitambo, sababu kuna vitu zingine zenye hatujui zenye wale wanajua, na wale pia kuna zile hawajui na sisi tunajua, so tunafundishana, kuelimishana pamoja.
Das soziale Bindeglied für all diese Probleme, für die wir Lösungen wollen, sind, würde ich sagen, Familien und Nachbarschaften. Jeder hat eine ältere Dame als Nachbarin, hat vielleicht auch Großeltern oder Eltern oder Geschwister, Menschen, auf die wir aufpassen, kleine Kinder. Ich glaube, wir müssen einfach uns viel häufiger an den Tisch setzen in unseren Communities und mal miteinander reden.
ich studiere ja Psychologie und ich weiß, dass es ist grundlegend, dass es Unterschiede zwischen den Menschen gibt. Nicht nur im Hinblick auf Generationen, sondern auch im Hinblick auf ganz vielen anderen Dinge. Und wir werden immer unterschieden sein. Wir werden nie wirklich einen Punkt erreichen, wo wir alle gleich sind. Das gibt es nicht. Und deshalb ist das Wichtigste in solchen Situationen, dass man mit der anderen Seite kommuniziert, dass man seine eigene Perspektive auf jeden Fall vertritt, aber auch zuhören kann.
Und für mich ist es ganz wichtig, zu jungen Menschen Kontakt zu haben. Da kann ich ganz viel lernen. Das ist, der Rest ist Stillstand.
Open-mindedness.
Community work.
Toleranz und Liebe.
Comunidad.
Acceptance.
I'd say discourse.
Patience.
Vertrauen und Respekt.
Empathy. Kommunikation.
Kommunikation.
Communication.
Diálogo y amor.
So, hi and welcome to our next panel on intergenerational contracts this time. I have three experts with me. First, I like to present to you Ana P. Santos, an award-winning journalist from the Philippines. Then we have José Duchke, Director of the Department of Health and Care at the municipality of Aarhus in Denmark. And last but not least, we have Alberto Cabanes, CEO and founder of Adopta un Abuelo, which probably means something like grandparent, from Madrid, Spain. He's the founder of a startup that offers intergenerational experiences to the ones willing to pay for it. We are very curious to learn more about that in a minute. But first, let's start with a video that Anna shot during her research on migrant care workers and the intergenerational disturbances that causes for many families in the Philippines.
Ako si Mrs. Norma Brion, 40 years old. Ako ay domestic helper here in UAE. Tatlo ang alaga ko ditong bata. May dalawa akong anak, si Jim and Joy.
Ako po si Joy Puhawan, 19 years old, at dalawa po kami magkakapatid and broken family po kami actually.
Kahihiwalay lang namin mag-asawa, so naisip ko na hindi ko kayang buhayin ang dalawa kong anak. So masakit man sa akin na iwan sila dahil malilit pa, gumawa ako ng paraan para makapunta dito sa Abu Dhabi.
Grade 5 po ako noon nung nagpaalam po or nagsabi po sa amin yung nanay ko na alis siya at magkatrabaho abroad.
Nung umpisa hindi ako makapagpaalam, hindi ko masabi na may apply ako sa Abu Dhabi dahil alam kong hindi nila kayang tanggapin na aalis ako. Nagpaalam ako nung eksaktong aalis na ako. Yung araw na mismo na alam nila na nakagayak na yung gamit ko.
Siyempre po, nalungkot po kami. Tsaka bata pa po kami noon kaya umiyak po kami noon nung umalis po yung nanay ko.
Nakita kong umiiyak sila at sinasabi nila na wag akong umalis, na doon na lang kami sa Pilipinas na magsama-sama dahil hindi nila kayang lumayo ako sa kanila.
Mahirap po yun para sa amin kasi parang 2 taon na po yung nawala sa amin or sa family po namin. Nasabi ko po na Kung hindi po umalis ang tatay ko noon, hindi po sana magiging ganito yung buhay namin. Parang hindi po kailangan umalis ng nanay ko noon para maghanap ng trabaho sa ibang bansa.
Mga 4 na taon nung nakalipas, nung bumalik ako ng Pilipinas. Third year high school na si Jim and second year high school na si Joy. Kasi hindi ko sinabi na uuwi ako, sinurprise ko sila. So, doon ko nakita na miss nila ako dahil nung umuwi sila galing school, nakita nila ako doon at sabi nila, kailan ka dumating?
Ang feeling ko po nung umuwi yung nanay ko, syempre po masaya kasi at least makikita na po siya, parang makakasama na po namin siya.
Niyakap ko sila, tapos tuwan-tuwa ako. Nasabi ko na sa kanila na na-miss ko kayo. Umalis ulit ako ng 2009. Nagpaalam ako sa kanila na may apply uli ako, aalis uli ako, pero hintayin nila at babalik din ako. Umiiyak sila, nasabi nila, bakit kailangan laging umalis at iwan kami?
Totally po, 8 years na po siya nagtatrabaho sa Abu Dhabi as domestic helper po. 2 beses pa lang po siya nakaka-uwi.
Sa lahat ng graduation ng mga anak ko, hindi nila ako nakakasama, hindi ako nakaka-attend. Ang nanay ko ang naghahatid sa kanila sa States. Ang nanay ko lahat ang gumagampan na dapat ay ako. Nagumampan bilang isang ina.
Ang nag-aalaga po sa amin ng kuya ko, yung lola ko po. Mahirap po kasi syempre po, halimbawa po, pag nagkakasakit po ako, syempre po parang feeling po na hindi po talaga yung tunay mong nanay nag-aalaga sa'yo. Yun po yung hinahanap ko sa nanay ko, yung presence lang po niya.
Gusto ko lahat ng iisipin ko at lahat ng sasabihin ko sa kanila, hindi sasama ang loob nila sa akin. Kasi ayoko na sumama ang loob nila sa akin at ayokong sabihin nila na bakit mo kami iniwan at lumayo ka. Nangangarap ako na magkaroon ng bagong phone para tumatawag ako sa pamilya ko, sa mga anak ko, nakakausap ko sila ng maayos. So, nakita nung alaga ko na yung phone ko ay 3315, so parang naawa siya. Pinabirthdayan naman nila ako ng laptop. Kasi sabi ng amo ko, para daw kung magkausap kami ng anak ko, nakikita ko sila at nakikita din nila ako.
Ano po, syempre po yung through internet or through phone, kahit na araw-arawin po yung pag-uusap, parang iba pa rin po pag yung kasama po talaga. Ang pangarap ko po, parang syempre po, hindi na po siya magtrabaho doon, hindi na po talaga siya magstay at makasama po namin siya.
Pangarap nila makatapos talaga ng pag-aaral at magkabahay kami. Nasama-sama na kami na hindi na kami maghihiwalay.
Oh, Anna, thank you. Thank you for this research, Anna. As a mother, this movie kind of leaves me a little bit breathless. Maybe can you give us a little bit of a background on the Philippines? So which kind of formal or informal contracts exists between the generation and what kind of role does the state play in that?
Thank you, Yana, for having me, and good afternoon to everyone here. You know, Yana, like you, I'm also a mother, so covering the context of the migrant mothers like Norma Brion in this film is also very heart-wrenching. You can't help but think about what it means for you as a mother also when you have to leave your children in order to provide a future for them. Every day, there are thousands of Filipino women like Norma Brion who leave the Philippines to work abroad. And the Philippines is one of the largest labor suppliers in the world. This is very much a function of the state-sponsored labor migration policy. So in Germany, you'll see many Filipinos as seafarers and nurses. And you were talking about how these intergenerational disturbances come because of migration. In the case of migrant mothers, where they care for the very vulnerable populations of other Western countries, you really see a change in the families, the generational families and the kinship in both the family that she leaves behind, who have to adapt and reconfigure themselves and think about what their roles and functions are within the family to cope with her absence, but also in the families that she takes care of. You see that these families expand to also accommodate her presence as someone who performs love-based transactions, meaning you care for children who are not your own, but perform very intimate tasks like putting them to bed, nursing them when they're sick. So this is the kind of generational impact that we see labor migration taking.
And what does the state, what is the realm of the state on this? Is this something that they do encourage? Is it something that they do not want? So how is there a state fueled intergenerational contract? Are there pensions being paid, or how does it work? Tell us a little bit more about the system maybe in the Philippines.
The social contract, your social protection in the Philippines can be summarized by one word: your family. So, the social protection systems are very weak in terms of what you think about for healthcare, for example, and pensions. Those are the things that everyone, regardless of your social class, would have to think about and encounter, right? How am I going to take care of myself when I am sick? How am I going to take care of myself when I am old and can no longer work for myself? So since the social protections institutionalized by the state are very weak in this sense, and I say weak in terms of the coverage and also how you qualify for such protections, because they're very weak, what stands in is your family. And that's why I've been asked, some of you who have watched this film may be wondering, how can these mothers leave their children? And the answer to that is also found in how our social protections lie so much and are dependent so much on our family. They leave their children because this is a way to provide them a chance, a better opportunity at life.
And what I mean, in this movie, we saw that the grandmother is performing her motherhood for a second time, actually, for her grandchildren. How is this generation leading with the idea that they do have to re-perform as parents again at an age where they're actually not really prepared anymore for these kinds of puberty turbulences that grandchildren might go through?
You think you're through with that, right? You've gone through parenthood and you're done with those really troublesome, angsty teenage years, and then you have to do it all over again as a grandmother. It's true. There are a lot of stories of grandmothers and grandparents will say grandparenthood is better because you have the children for shorter periods of time and you don't have to deal with disciplining and all the very cumbersome things that come with parenthood. But in the case of these families that we were talking about, how they adapt to the absence of the mother who has to work abroad, that's it. You really see a lot of the grandmothers or the older women, the sisters in the family, taking over as the head of the household. For the grandparents, it's really a mix. Yana, some of them will say that, okay, I like that I'm very close to my grandchildren and I feel so needed, right? There's a sense of I'm needed in my senior years. I am still very much recognized, respected, and cherished by my family because of the role I play. But on the other hand, it's like, oh my God, these teenage years that I thought I would have to, I'm done with, I have to live through again. And I have to add, the same sacrifices that you had to make as a parent, where, okay, I need to budget, and therefore I'm not going to indulge on myself. I will just spend it on my children. The grandmother who is left behind is also the budgeter of the finances, and still has to make these everyday decisions. So when you think about your old age as an age where, oh, I can indulge myself a little bit more because I'm done with the caring responsibilities and I've graduated from that, these grandmothers have to go through it again. It's another period of sacrifice for them.
I think we're coming back on that, talking about Alberto's business model, but maybe one last question to you. You mentioned that this giving love and this caring, you stressed that the work that these women do in their guest families or at their work is really like giving love and caring for people, even though this is a no-skilled or low-skilled work and therefore also low paid. Is there any way, so what do you think? Can caring and giving love be paid adequately?
I think so. I think it's a very tough question to answer because, on an emotional level, these transactions, the work that a migrant mother, a migrant nanny has to perform, they're acts of love. And in our heads, we don't compensate those things, financially, because they are given by people who love us and are, obligated to take care of us. But when we think about the kind of care that we need from migrant mothers, especially, I think that we should look at the growing number of children who have been cared for by migrant nannies who are coming out with work that say that, I think of her as my family. She's not an employee. I'm talking about films like one that was done by Justin Cheng. He's a Hong Kong national. His Filipino nanny took care of him for 22 years. There's another Singaporean cookbook by, pardon me, I cannot remember the author's name, but he wrote a cookbook based on recipes that were passed down to him from his Filipino and Indonesian nanny. A photographer in Singapore has just put up an exhibit, a tribute to her nanny who was taking care of her for over 20 years because her Filipino nanny will have to go back to the Philippines and retire because of citizenship restrictions in Singapore. I think when we look at that, which is a hugely understudied area, we see that these transactions are not low skilled, not something that can be paid on the low or on the cheap. They're invaluable. These are emotionally laden acts of care that these women do for these children and the elderly who are entrusted in their care.
Thank you. I think we stick to this, the motto of love, or the emphasis on love. But yeah, you're also very much concerned with giving love and caretaking. You are representing one of the best welfare states here in the world. Nobody in Denmark has so far to be afraid of getting old alone or impoverished or losing their job. There seems to be enough care for everybody provided by the state. So that's our fantasy from the outside. Why was there a need? Because you developed the concept of the loving municipality. What does that mean?
Yes. Yes, thank you. And thank you, Anna. Very interesting to hear about a completely different system compared to the Danish one. And thank you to you, Jana, and to Weimar for being here today. And as Jana said, we are indeed kind of in a different place than in the Philippines and in Denmark. I don't know if we'll land of honey and milk, but that depends how you look at it, because love doesn't come from the state, it comes from people. But as a leader in the public welfare state, my approach to today's talk about generations is about the opportunities that we can do by engaging younger generations, and how we as a welfare state can support and make it more to a development of a society instead of, what should you say, a welfare state that does everything for you. But let me tell you a little about the backgrounds for this. For the last 10, 15 years, we've been looking at, we have, of course, in Denmark, a big welfare state, universal help, almost everything, maybe except love, but you can really get a lot of help with a lot of different things in the welfare state in Denmark. I mean, pay your education, you can go to the hospital, have the kindergartens for everybody, and leave if you get children, and all kinds of stuff like that. So we are one of the, in that sense, we have a big welfare state. But we are, as other countries in Europe, looking at the problem that we're getting a lot more older people, and it's going like this with the young people, and some places even like that. That means, of course, these challenges where we have a welfare state that helps people with everything by employed people, at some point that is going to be not possible. So we had to look at these challenges in new ways. Because when we just look at this, and Germany, I think, is even worse actually there. That the tax and the manpower, woman power that comes is just going down, and the elderly people that have to get help or don't pay taxes anymore and even get provided from the state, that's not going to stand very long, looking like the next 5, 10, and maybe even not even that much in Germany. I think in Denmark we have taken some measures to make it a few years more though. But and looking at that, that is probably the biggest challenge we have in our 100-year Danish welfare state. So, and of course we could sit us down and be sad or given up, but we wanted to change the rhetorics and change it upside down and meet these challenges by rethinking the traditional roles that we have here between, you could say, the task between the public sector and the citizens of Aarhus. As a result of that, we came with this concept of the loving municipality and took that to life. And that, of course, made some discussions. But the core element of that is we create welfare together. I mean, it's not just the state coming and giving welfare of all kinds. We have to make and create this welfare together. That means families, like Anna was into, have to become more into this. This could be in the schools, this could be in the elderly care or other things. Today we have it like you have rights, a lot of rights in Denmark. You can choose and pick from almost everything where we're at the municipality. So we had to, instead of just having a standard and a lot of different welfare services, we wanted to change it. So we got back to what is it we can do together with the citizens and how can they provide. That could be within generations together. It could be, as one example, we have a house of generation that we built where different generations live together. I mean, almost 1,000 people come into this house a day. Here we try to combine, instead of you just get your rights and your services, you are part of the welfare, and especially you're part of the relations. And that's what we wanted to do, make more room and space for relations so people could meet between generations instead of only having relations to the state and the employees. The relations are just more interesting, and love comes with and between people. So our whole goal of the loving municipality is to make spaces and room and meeting points for people to meet and hopefully help each other also. And I mean, we didn't exactly put the welfare state down in Denmark, so you can still get help. But we want to make this movement because at the end of the day, that's what it takes away loneliness. And as you know, loneliness or being apart, if you don't have somebody to be with, is killing, and it's going to make it even more expensive. And then the welfare state will even look worse because we still have a big universal.
Thank you. I think this is exactly what your diagnosis was, Alberto. I think you said that. Maybe you tell us a little bit more. I mean, you said that loneliness kills. You had an experience, not about killing, but about loneliness, and being adopted by or adopting a grandparent, a new grandparent next to your own. So yeah, how does that idea that Hosea is now presenting combine somehow as the other part of the medal on what you're doing on entrepreneurial way. And this is, I think, the interesting difference maybe between the municipality and also the family-based contract. What kind of contracts are you handing out to whom? Alberto.
Oh, yes. Hello, everyone. Well, in my case, we have an app that connects elderly people that they are isolated with young people that want to learn values and wisdom. What we say in other grandparents is that any elder can tell you better stories than Netflix. So we have like a big library of elderly people in our platform. And what we do is to connect with young people. And what is really innovative for us, because when we launched the app, we thought about we need more young people, is that we have much more young people that want to participate than elderly people. So looking for the business model and the sustainability model, we see that if we charge a little amount of young people, so they can access to all of this information and events. And it's working. And right now in Spain, we have an app that young people is paying for learn values and wisdom from the elderly people. And well, we have different programs. The STAR program that we have is the recurrent model. So we match a pair of volunteers that they go to a nursing home to visit the elderly people, or they can do a call or video call through our app. And we have other events that they are really cool. For example, we have Grandpa's Foodies. So we go to a fancy restaurant with people of 90 years old, with people of 20 years old. And you can imagine when we enter in the restaurant, all the people is looking at us. We have also beers with grandpas. So we also go for having a beer. We have trips with grandpas. We have also grandpas influencers. So for us, we do like tech talks with a lot of elderly people that they have a lot of experience to share with young people. And it's fully booked because they tell us great stories. And well, what we do in our grandparenting is this, is to combat isolation through different events and activities. And we find, well, we work for social inclusion of elderly people. I think that we have one of the greatest assets in our society, and we are not working with them when they have more knowledge and more issues and things to give to the young people.
So José, this is something that could relate to you. I mean, there you have young people even paying for giving love and taking experiences. What do you think? Is this something that some kind of cooperation or connection between this startups and the municipalities in Europe could be something that would lead to something?
Definitely, I think that's a really good idea. And in that sense, getting young people and getting the wisdom from the elderly, that and doing that with an app that could go in different languages. I mean, it's probably going to be hard to make it in Danish. We're still kind of having not very many people speaking that language, but the idea is good. And just as an example, something a little similar, but that's not through an app. We have what we call at our nursing homes, at our Pflege, we have young people with kids coming there and being together. And that's completely stranger people that come to these nursing homes. And in that sense, we get the generational talks also going. But doing it over an app, and in that sense, also connecting to people that are lonely or living apart or away is a good idea.
So, but I mean, Alberto, you're planning to widen and go global with your idea, maybe European first. But Anna, how does it resonate with you? I mean, you hear that 90% of Alberto clients are women. First of all, I think Alberto didn't mention that so far, but in the pre-talk he said that actually 90% of the ones who are willing to participate and take care are women. Okay, and on the other hand, they pay, Alberto, you said €9 per month to take care or be in company of the elderly. So Anna, would that be a business model that would work in the Philippines?
First of all, Alberto, I cannot wait to be a Spanish grandmother. Hearing your story, I mean, I wanted to be a Spanish grandparent and have young people come and visit me and I tell them all these stories. It sounds fantastic. I'm not entirely sure how that would work for Philippines. It's such a close, I talked about how in the Philippines, your social protection system is your family. But, underneath that is also we're very close to one another in terms of families. It's still not very widely accepted to think about having other people care for your mother, your elderly mother, or your grandparents. It really will fall on me to take care of my mom. And me also to take care of our grandparents, and her the same way she would be expected to take care of the grandparents. So I think in that aspect of maybe companionship, sure, that would probably alleviate the kind of the expectation, because more and more it's you cannot have one parent, one income earner households also. So that old kind of cultural model for caring for your elderly yourself is becoming less and less viable for sure as the generations go on. Like many parts of the world, both parents have to work, or people have to work all the time. So that's going to be less and less viable. And maybe that's something that can ease into the culture, but right now, I think it would be a bit of a departure from what we're used to in the Philippines and what we expect from each other, from the generations, younger generations, to take care of us. We hope, that it's not an obligation, but more of a joy to take care of those who have taken care of you.
Is it a joy?
That's what I was saying, in before when you had more time to work less, all of these things, you could have one income households. I think that's fine. It's the same thing now, right? Why are au pairs in Denmark taking care of children in the Danish home despite all of the social welfare protections? It's really because of the demands of work and life itself. So I think more than what we've been used to, what we've culturally been accepted, what's culturally accepted and what's culturally taboo, it'll really be dictated by the economic imperatives of providing for your family.
Thank you. There's also the possibility of questions from the audience, so please write them into the chat and I will be happily forwarding them also to the speakers. We have about 10 minutes left. What would any of you, recommend me, or a younger person maybe, but I'm facing another 20 years of working and then I'm thinking about retiring, but I do now have a little bit of a question mark if this is going to work the way I think it would work. What would you actually recommend me to do? I mean, the state is saying, well, you have to have your private pension and you have to care for yourself, but I can't even save enough money and put it on the side at the moment. I'm living in Munich and rents are very high. So what would you recommend me to do? Just save love or care or get more children? Or what would be your recommendation for me in order to have a decent senior life?
Move
or
to Denmark.
Is there no hope at all?
Move to Denmark, right?
Yep. I mean, it comes from the perspective, but I mean, in Denmark, they just, as I said, made a reform where we actually have to work longer. But then on the other hand, we also live to I don't know how old the young ones born now, they live to their 100. So, I mean, still looking at a lot of years without work if we don't work more. I think we actually should work at least as many years as we do now or more. But then, of course, we have a have to help each other making work so work is joyful and is fun and also doable to work those many years, and have relations at your work with the both the employees, the colleagues, but also with the citizens. So in that sense, make interesting jobs. But I mean, that's a Danish view at it.
Anna, what's your recommendation for me? Is there anything that I can learn from the Philippine?
I was going to think about, you know, the thing that you combat more and more, I think, as an older person, and Alberto, you pointed this out, and is really the loneliness. So, you know, I think that the aspect of thinking about what may cause you loneliness, and then kind of addressing that, whether it's through an app like Alberto has, and connecting you with young people, or through your various hobbies, and also being self-sufficient. It's so important to be self-sufficient. But I was thinking about where this discussion was going when you mentioned, I mean, in the countries that you've talked about, Spain, Denmark, and Germany, it's really going, you know, the sustainability of providing for the elderly population in the same way that we are doing now is going to be, it's a little untenable, or, you know, it's a little unstable. And as a coming from a country that supplies labor, or, you know, I think that just means that labor migration from emerging economies, providing care for the vulnerable populations of the elderly and the very young, will continue to flow into the industrialized countries. That's going to be the standard, that's going to be the norm more and more. And so we're going to be thinking about how this reconfigures families on both ends of the migration spectrum. But as I had said earlier, this also demands that we look at the kind of work that's being done here. It is not something that you pay, you know, it's emotional based work. It's emotional labor. It's love-based tasks that are invaluable. And I would still continue to say that that's why we need to declassify domestic work from the labor caste of unskilled labor, and give it the respect and the dignity that it deserves as a job and as a profession.
Anna, there's a question for you from the audience, and that goes into the direction. Are there any NGOs or any laws or activists pushing for clearer laws, for example, for these mothers, nannies to do their work? Is there a lobby?
Absolutely. There's a very strong labor rights lobby, not just in the Philippines, but also in the countries of destination where we have large Filipino migrant populations. I'm currently in the UK, and there is also a very strong migrant community here pushing for better protections against, you know, the emerging difficulties. The migrant difficulties changes over certain periods of time. For example, now that we see a rising anti-Asian sentiment, you know, so that's the kind of thing that we have to think about. So definitely there are a lot of NGOs, but what I'm also saying is that I think we need to think about not just what the Philippine-based NGOs and labor rights groups are doing, but also what the countries of destination are doing to protect the labor rights and protections of their migrant workers. It's a dual responsibility, because this worker, may be a national of another country, but they are spending their most productive years away from their families and contributing to the sustainability and productivity of the economies that they work in, and therefore should be better protected as well.
Thank you. There's another question, and maybe Alberto, José, this is maybe directed to you, is creating welfare together seems a good concept. To make it successful, to what extent has, for example, a curriculum in the early school system has to be re-engineered? So, Alberto, is there other programs that you're doing, for example, together with schools? José, is there something that you're doing in schools in order to provide, like, the concept of the loving municipality? Alberto, maybe first.
Well, we work with a lot of schools and university, but it's true that it's not mandatory and it's not part of the curriculum. It's just like an extra activity at school. So many young people want to do it, want to do the program, but it's not a mandatory activity to do.
But are you're handing out certificates also for those who participated in your program, haven't you?
Yes, we do different. We have diplomas for everyone when the course is finished. But it's true that we don't have like any special regulation or law that allow us to do this. We do because it's our recognition to the participant of the program. But I really think that maybe in schools or university there should be a mandatory curriculum, not only for the elders, yet for social impact initiatives. So I think it's very important because they are going, well, people or students are going to engage with real problems in society, and I think it's very useful for everyone.
So Jose, maybe we need in school, nowadays we have a lot of classes and extra programs for girls going into technical professions. Having Alberto's numbers, maybe we need courses and classes for boys going into care work. Is this something Denmark is already planning on?
Well, yeah, in some ways. I mean, it's definitely mostly women that work there, but we have had different places where we actually tried to make a real effort to get men in, and it helps when there are more at once, then you can get even more in. So we did have some nursing homes where actually up till 40% were men. But I think in Spain, they're actually pretty much better to doing that with the nurses. A system, an educational system is just really a lot of women in Denmark, also at the nurses and at the normal people that take care of the elder. But in Spain, they were actually pretty good doing, getting a lot of comparable to Denmark, at least a lot of men into the nursing system, so they get educated there. But what we also make that at the House of the Generations. We have a kindergarten, a big kindergarten there, and they come and meet, and in that sense, we make connections also with from really newborns till 6 years, and we have between schools, nursing homes, and we make them meet. So we make a different Verträge, what do you call that? Contracts between them. So in that sense, we're really trying to make it happen. And to the curriculum thing, actually a lot of young people in Denmark are thinking when they want to go, they have a half a year where they do kind of volunteer stuff of these kinds, because that is actually important to get a job.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. So maybe we're coming to the end of the session, but there's a last question from the audience, and maybe each of one has its own view on that question. And of course, it has to do something that we were very concerned with in the last 2 years. The question is, if in your point of view, if the pandemic has changed our view on care work, because we've been seeing that you had the example, you wrote an article in the Berliner Zeitung today, Anna, saying how all the migration workers from the Philippines returned to the Philippines now because of the pandemic. Jose, probably in the elderly's homes, the loneliness were a problem. So the question is, does loving and caring work in times of social distancing, and had it changed, or what were your experiences? Anna, maybe you start.
I was thinking about earlier 2 things while we've been talking. One is how in the pandemic, we had to really parse our lives, right down to what we said, only the essentials, and I think that was a wake-up call to us to see that this is essential work. The caregiving is so much part of what we consider as essential work. And not just our health frontliners, but also, the ones providing the home support, whether it's for the young children or for the elderly population. Secondly, I was thinking about how, your respective countries have really good models for social protection in terms of financially providing for your older years, which is great in the twilight years. And I was thinking so much about, the aspect of loneliness and being alone. How do you, it's not a monetary thing that can be addressed through monetary concerns. I was wondering also how, moving forward, how we could think about addressing also that loneliness, being alone, and as an essential need for care also.
Thank you. Alberto.
Well, in our case, we finished all the relations in only 1 week because all the nursing homes were absolutely closed. So what we do was to develop a calls based on cloud solution, and we start like receiving thousands of calls, and we work with the municipality of Madrid, and it was an incredible feeling because on the one hand we were scared, but on the other hand what we have was a huge amount of love of young people and elderly people that want to participate and to care of others. So what I think is, and that's important, that the pandemic focus right now on elderly people and how important it is to care about them. And this thing, I think that's really important, and is thanks to the pandemic.
Thank you. Osea, last
Well, I agree both with I agree both with Anna and Alberto. Definitely the care workers were the heroes in Denmark for almost 1.5 years. So it's been, in that sense, of course, have they been a big topic. I think what Anna said about loneliness was, of course, a real big issue because suddenly they didn't get anybody to come visit them, and only with a mask and everything, because we have, of course, everything. So there was a lot of social distance. But what we did was did a lot of digitalization, and in that sense, we made connecting people in new ways. But you still, of course, need to shake hands if we're even allowed to do that anymore, and at least give a hug, because else we're not going to get loving people back. I mean, it's nice being with you guys, looking at you as a flat screen, but it would certainly be nicer to be together with you, because that does something with love as well, and loneliness especially.
Yeah, thank you very much. So what did I take from the session in order to be prepared for the future and having being in good intergenerational relations? I think I heard that it's important to find joyful work with really nice colleagues, because we'll stay in that job for a very, very long time, or in those jobs, or in jobs anyway. So it's really, really important which jobs to choose. Then it's very good and very important to really build relations to your children, and not only in order to make them care for you, but actually to have this relationship. And I think that's that's really the work of the parents and not the work of the children, to keep up these good relationships with your children, but also have wide and vast private relations and networks that then will you be able to rely on, and that will then maybe even take us through more pandemics if we use the times in between. So thank you very much. Thank you very much for your contributions. Thank you very much for your work, for raising the awareness on certain topics, or even and helping to build the future in that sense. So thank you very much, and bye-bye.
Thank you so much.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Nice.
This exchange, Jana, Anna, Alberto, and Hosea. Sometimes it is the fathers that are not at home, that are not able to take care of their children, and not because they are working abroad or have left the family, but because they are imprisoned. A Father's Lullaby is telling their story, showing the homecomings of dozens of men who have been released from prison. It is a piece of multimedia art by Iranian-American artist Rashin Fahandish. For her, this project is a poetic cyber movement for social justice. The Boston Globe described it as a fluid patchwork of image and sound, of longing and loss, mirroring the bleakly disconnected lives of families left without fathers and sons. The work's power lies in its balance of immediacy and distance. We're now introducing Rashin Fahandish, A Father's Lullaby.
My name is Rashin Fahandish. I'm a transdisciplinary artist and documentary filmmaker. My practice and research meets at the juncture of art, technology, and social practice, and the processes embrace community co-creation.
Papa est en bas, qui fait du chocolat. Fais dodo, Maya, mon petit frère. Fais dodo, ton roi du haut.
My approach to art making is deeply informed by my personal experiences as a woman, as a member of persecuted Baha'i minority in Iran, as an immigrant in the United States, and as an educator. As a socially engaged artist, I define my practice as art as ecosystem, which is a network of collaborations with individuals, communities, and institutions. Community co-creation process forms opportunities for cross-sector collaborations that is centered on personal stories. And in this space of storytelling, personal and political realities of intersectional issues such as race, gender, immigration, and class becomes fluid. And from that holistic fluid space of narrative, art as ecosystem emerges.
Entonces la nena se alegrará en la danza, los jóvenes y viejos juntamente.
In the United States, there are 2.7 million children with parents in prison or jail. Also, 92% of parents in prison are fathers.
Alegraré, alegraré.
A Father's Lullaby is a multi-year community co-creative initiative that highlights the role of men in raising children and also focuses on their absence due to racial disparities in criminal justice system in the United States and its direct impact on children and women of lower income communities. The project centers on the voices of absent fathers. But at the same time, it's a call to all community members to participate by singing lullabies and sharing memories of their childhood. A majority of fathers that I spoke to, this issue has become multi-generational. Most of the fathers were raised with single mothers who had to work 2 jobs to provide for their family just to survive. And hunger, food security was a major challenge in their childhood, as well as experience of trauma and violence, and they got into the system as a child. So this becomes a very much a philosophical question for a nation. that what are we doing for our next generation if we are dismantling this nuclear space that provide care and nurturing for children.
I really never knew my father. The last time I seen him, it was like 12 years old, so.
Co-creation and participation engages diverse group of collaborators from multiple perspectives that they are mobilized through this sort of moral responsibility that everyone needs to speak to social injustices, not just those who are most impacted by it. Intimate interviews, song, lullabies offer a poetic meditation on the space of love, trauma, presence, and absence. And they intend to bring us together to envision a different world for children of now and children of future.
Get enough of the house. Him and his friends are riding in the car. They get pulled over. 3 generations. Son, it was me. Then they arrest him for resisting. It was my 7-year-old son. It was me and my father. My 7-year-old son, me and my father. Because they were grounded. Just any young black around.
Put the handcuffs on my father. My son seeing this happen, and you can hear it in his voice like,
a life is a life.
The result of this ongoing community collaboration, technology and tool sharing workshops and educational program manifest in site-responsive installations and immersive spaces, as well as a participatory geolocated website. I define A Father's Lullaby as a poetic cyber movement for social justice because the intention is for the art to mobilize a plethora of voices and by creating connections between public places and virtual spaces. I employ sound and video interventions on the neighborhood, both as a participation and reflection site. Touch panels create this beautiful opportunity for encounter. When participants touch would activate the father's story, and as long as they're holding their touch, they can hear the audio. And these audios each represent one father's narrative. Presence and absence are major theme in this work, and how that absence manifests in the lives of children. Each father talks about what it was like to serve time in prison, how it affected their children and families, and how their own childhoods mirror their children's experiences. Through this multiplicity of fathers' stories, it really makes the systemic issue much more apparent, and it brings attention to the web that inherently connects many forms of injustices. Pedagogy has been always intertwined with my artistic practice. As an extension of A Father's Lullaby project, we launched a pioneering initiative at Emerson College in partnership with U.S. Federal Probation Office Nurturing Fatherhood Program. Student probation officers and formerly incarcerated fathers with their children collaborate using virtual reality, augmented reality, 360 videos, and they create a series of media projects to reflect on the system through the intimate perspective of their own personal stories. Community co-creation responds to this critical inquiry that in order to create meaningful social change in a significant capacity, the process should embody the envisioned goal.
When I first got sentenced, I was sentenced to 360 months, which is 30 years. My 28-year-old son now, he was 7 years old. And the twins, they were 45 days old. Now, I'm just been released a few months ago. They're 21 now.
Where are you going, my baby, my own? Turn around and you're two.
The main question from all three of them at different times was, why did you leave me?
And you're a young man going out of the door. Turn around, turn around, turn around and you are four. Turn around and you're a young man going out of the door.
If you would like to learn more about a father's lullaby or virtually meet Rashin Fahandish, she will be available for an exclusive Q&A at 6:35 p.m. Central Eastern Time, right here through our web channel. We stay with family relations. In a world where we cannot be sure how climate change, artificial intelligence or new medicine is going to determine the future, it is hard already for parents to give advice to their children what to study or which profession to pick. Who would have guessed 20 years ago that not only the work in automobile or printing factories could be done by robots, could be replaced by them, and now it is some of the work of lawyers, doctors, journalists by artificial intelligence. One of the most famous scientific journalist in Germany, the Luxembourgian Indian Ranga Yogeshwar, he said in a discussion earlier that the development of new technological generations outruns the new human generations being born. So what does that mean for Ranga's grandson, Emil? How is Emil's world going to look like in the future? That is Ranga going to explore in his presentation now. Very nice to meet you, Ranga.
Hello. It's great to be here. Thank you.
In your presentation, you are not just relying on arguments, but you want to back it up with survey data. And all of us who are watching can put our opinion in there. Can you please explain what Mentimeter is and why you like to use it?
Sure, I can do that straight away. So everybody who has a smartphone, not only in the lovely Weimar area, I'll just sort of switch, and you can see following, you take your smartphone, put on the camera, and you can scan the QR code, or you just, use your browser, go to www.menti.com, and then you're asked for a code. The code for this session is 69437887. So it's very easy to use, and I have a few questions because I think so. In these time of online discussions, it's important to, have some interaction. I don't know if you switch it to a full screen. I can do that myself if you want. So I'll just park the code so that everybody can, get in, and later I will ask some questions. Fine for you?
Great. Thank you.
So I can start? Is that okay? Is that fine?
Yes, please. We're looking very forward.
Okay, so once again, welcome. I'm very happy to be here. Today we have about 20 minutes, so it's short to speak of an entire generation. And I would like to speak about Emil's world. Now, first of all, you already heard Emil has something to do with my family, with my grandson. Well, if you look at Corona stories, my Corona story was quite interesting as a keynote speaker. Last year, suddenly all the, keynotes were canceled, no public appearances and so on allowed. On the other side, well, I did something else. I set up an own studio, so that was fine. But the real big surprise was him. This is an actual picture of Emil. He was born in January 2020. And it is, for me, the first grandson. And it's quite interesting because things happen. You know, you hold this small child in your arm and you realize, for example, if you look at statistics, if Emil is going to turn 80, which I hope he will live through the next century. So when we are speaking about a future, it's a future for me, but it's going to be his present life, things which are going to occur. And the other thing which came to my mind was the fact that for Emil, for example, it is very normal to speak to a machine. We all have these home assistants. So you realize this is going to be a very special generation. Now, first of all, as a grandfather, what I did was naturally, I wanted to give him a present and, a small horse. First of all, I planned it naturally with all the tools today, so in CAD, then in 3D printing. Then I set it up, and this is my, Corona story, and at the end, you can see the rocking horse works. But
unbelievable.
Yes, the interesting question is what is happening? And here are two pictures. This is myself. I was born in 1959, and you have Emil born in 2020. So the interesting question is going to be, what is change going to do? And I would like to start just with very few questions in the Mentimeter. So once again, for all those who didn't follow our small chat at the beginning, if you have a smartphone, just take it, scan in the QR code, and you'll have a website, or you can also go on a browser, and the address is www.menti.com, and the code is 69437887. And I have a first question which I would like to share with you. And my first question is the following, which is just, a test question so that we all see that it works. What is your current vaccination status? So are you already vaccinated? Did you get one shot, or are you already fully vaccinated? And you can see interaction works. So we can see the results, and I don't know how many people are from Germany or from else in the world, but this is about representative of a state, at least in Germany, not in other countries. Now, this was the first question, and you can see we have about 30 participants who join. The number is going to go up, but as I have a little time, I will proceed to the next question. And my next question is, during the Corona crisis, we saw a huge change, and my question is going to be, what is going to happen after the pandemic? So will we return to a business as usual? Or do you say, we have a few changes which will remain? Or do you say, no, we have seen within Corona that we have a huge transformation, and this is going to continue, so we will see change going on. And this again is quite representative of many talks I give, where you can see, yes, things are going on, so we are seeing progress, and this is not something special. This is something where we all realize that the pandemic is, changing our life. Now, if we look into detail, we can see that there have been huge transformations. So if we speak of generations, and my belief is that innovation shapes these generations, we can see it, and I'll give you just two small examples. One is the telephone. I remember in my childhood, well, there was no real good telephone line. I spent my childhood in India, so communication on a very elementary scale was already quite difficult. But if you compare it, and I'll just give you two figures, if you take a mobile phone from today, well, I have, naturally as a scientist, one of the latest iPhones. The memory in this iPhone is 500 gigabytes. Now, I show you the picture. Why? Because if you have a close look, you will see that in the background you have a computer center. This was in the days where I studied, and you can see on the right corner, these were the storage devices, clumsy, big, well, boxes looking a bit like washing machines. And they had a storage capacity of 500 megabytes. So what we really have to realize is that nowadays, in your trousers, you are carrying a device with a storage capacity which is bigger than the entire computer center of my studying days, which means we have a huge effect. And this is not only true for storage capacity, this is also true for speed. And here again, I just want to show you these two figures so that you realize things are really moving fast. On the left side, you can see an old picture of myself with a beard. My wife always says, don't show it, because I looked awkward. And for some weeks, I even held the record here in Europe of high-speed computing with the Cray XMP. The computer cost in those days $15 million. And I was able to, well, program a computing power of 200 million floating operations per second. This is a speed. And now just imagine you can buy computers or even an iPhone, and this iPhone or computer has more power than all the supercomputers of the old days. So in other words, we are there in a society where technology is really changing a lot. And I will jump back to the lovely city of Weimar. And for all those who don't know Weimar, it's awesome. It has a fantastic library. And if you just imagine that the contents of all these books you see here, this is the modern part of the library, you could store it on today's smartphone. So we are literally living in a time where information has changed in a dramatic way. And speaking of generations, if you are in Weimar, if you visit the library, you will still see, 5 laws of library science. And these are the laws of my Indian grandfather. So I really have a close link to Weimar, because my grandfather from India, he was a library scientist, formulated them. And one, you can have a look at it if you are at the premise. And one is the library is a growing organism. Now, in that old generation, the dissemination of information was important. My grandfather invented worldwide for the first time the so-called library on wheels. So he said, well, in his generation, books were hard to grasp, and you have to bring the books to the people. That was his credo. And we are living that right now. So we are living for the first time historically in a world which is interconnected, and we don't realize that this means we have a two-way alley. So in every country, people having an internet connection are connected, have all the information available. So in other words, the small girl in Bombay, if she has an internet connection, has the same amount of information than the small boy in Berlin. And this is really a huge change within generations. If I look at my childhood in India, well, the access to information has really transformed the world. And related with that, we talked a bit about that in the prior discussion, is a changing of grammar. So the old generation still was top down. It was, you know, the teacher and the pupil. It was the producer and the consumer. It was the TV or radio station and the viewer. I mean, even the term viewer means these are things which are passive. And right now we are seeing a breakup. The grammar of communication of generations is totally changing in a way which is restructuring our society. And if we speak of Generation Emil, it is normal for him to speak with a machine. And we all know we have these lovely gadgets. We have Alexa, Siri, and so on. And this could mean that we are entering a new phase within a global society, which could be something like a post-text society. So this gets to the roots of the way we think. And I think so it's very important to realize that the coming generation will think, will argue in a totally different way as the old generation did it. And we can see it in many things which are changing. I mean, just think of, well, online shopping, which has changed in a dramatic way in the last year, especially with the pandemic. Think of the deeper question of the 9-to-5 job. In my work biography, I used to commute, and the interesting question is, will this be true for the next generation? So will we still go to work? Will we have this sort of opening up of the layers where in the future generations people do not sort of, well, separate work on one side and private sphere on the other side, but things are merging. And you're seeing that this has a lot of consequences on the quality, for example, of cities, which might look different, or the quality of, well, companies. I mean, how in the next generation will you generate a feeling of a company which is together? Now, if you look at technology, we see really dramatic aspects, and I want to give you one example because I want to dive into the change in medicine within this coming generation. And I, once again, would like to jump back to my own childhood. I was born, as I said, in 1959, my father from India, my mother from Luxembourg, and I was born as a twin. Now, the interesting aspect was in those days, there was no ultrasound, nothing like that, and nobody knew that they were twins. I mean, my mother had some sort of a feeling, but the bill of the hospital even notes, well, the cost. And my brother was the first one to come, so it was baby Pierre and then a son, plus 15% for unforeseen. That was me. So can you imagine, this was the status then. If I look at Emil, and nowadays we have totally different technologies of looking in, of knowing in advance. All the old questions we used to pose, like, is it a boy or is it a girl, are gone. And if we then dive into the next chapter, which is already starting, we are entering the field, and I think so this is really going to be a big game changer for the next generations. It's going to be the field of artificial intelligence. And you can see it already because we see here learning devices, digital neural networks, which do not exactly copy our brain, but what they do is, with the help of the huge computer power, we are nowadays able to simulate the brain. And we can see that here things are changing in a dramatic way. We can simulate neurons and we build up learning systems. And this is important because we are seeing for the first time in humanity machines which are starting to learn. So as a society, we are being confronted not only with generations in the human sense, but also with generations in the sense of technology. And these machines are able to learn. Here is an example of X-rays. And after the learning process, they are able to give you a diagnosis. So I had a look at such applications in Stanford, and it's very easy to use. You use your smartphone, you scan the picture, and just a few seconds later, you get a diagnosis. And the interesting thing is the people developing that are the young generation. So we are confronted with change where, if you look at this young guy, Pranav Rajpurkar, who at Stanford developed the system, he's about the age of my son, and he's changing the entire way, well, doctors will work in the future. There are other examples, like here is Max Little, he does research at the MIT now. He is at the Aston University. And again, you can see the changes. He uses the sensors within the smartphone to give a prediction with the help of his algorithms if a person is catching Parkinson. So he's able to diagnose the precursor state of Parkinson. And if you speak to these specialists, you realize that the development is going to go much faster. So we'll have an entire new medicine. Will be able to scan our body in a way which is unforeseeable with technology. And I have a question because I spoke to many of these scientists and they said, well, listen, Ranka, in the future, you know when you were born, okay, you know your birth date, but we could predict in the years coming, the year you will die. And I would like to know from you if you want to know that. So would you like to know the year of your death? Because these are going to be the deeper questions generation Emil is going to ask himself. And yeah, you can see the votings are entering. And what I find so interesting is I have the feeling that this number is going to change. So right now you can see a very strong majority saying, no, we don't want to know it. But there are already a few who say, why not? And I think so this vision of a future generation is going to be a vision where technology is going to change the way we look upon our life. Because I think so once you know the year you die, this is going to, in a disruptive way, change your entire life. So these are the open questions we have. Now, as time is short, I don't know, I have to just cross-check. I still have, I think so, 5 minutes, correct? If not, please interrupt me. I would like to stress out one aspect which is quite important, which is this new generation will be confronted with prediction, as I mentioned. And this is happening in an arena of applications. So you can see it within the news, the grammar we look upon. We could discuss long about that. But the new generation will ask, is prediction really something which is going to form the generations worldwide? So will we at the end up in a situation where prediction means that we even could question our free will. And this could mean that at the end, we end up in a society where technology takes over. So it could be the last human generation in a certain way. And the question we have to ask is, well, being human. Now, there is one challenge, and I think so it's very important to mention it, of the future generation, and this is the challenges, the global challenges they are going to face. One major challenge, we all know it, is going to be climate change. So this coming generation is living in a world where they have to cope with these problems. They have to cope with the question of what we call sustainable development goals, and we really have to be able to succeed. If I do it on a personal way, as a science journalist, I was, exposed to many animals which are very seldom. And I always ask myself, will my grandson and his generation still see these animals? And I'll just give you one example. If you listen, this is a bird which already, the kawaii, I hope I pronounce this correctly, which already left us. So we are living in a world where I think so we have to speak in a much more aggressive way about ethics. We have to, and the next generation is going to question the way we live. So is it really the grammar of commerce which is there, knowing that we need a world where, the poor are, must be looked upon. And I think so the most important aspect in that is this is not going to be done by these guys. So we need generation change. We need people, young people, who have to shape and form their own world. And well, the biggest problem, as John Maynard Keynes put it, is not to let people accept new ideas, but to let them forget the old ones. And it is our duty, I think so, as a generation, that we have to have discussions on that topic, and we definitely have to well, develop something which I call global empathy. Now, at the end, I think so, this coming generation is going to re-ask very elementary questions. And one is going to be, what are the goals? Where do we strive? And I think so, we as the old generation must forget our way of thinking. There are new foci which are there, like for example, the ranking of happiness, which is, I think, so much more important. But I remain positive, and I believe that we are facing a new generation which is going to be gorgeous. And I would like to end with my grandson, Emil, who is going to pinch my nose if we don't take care of this planet, if we don't make peace with the world. And I think so this sort of shows the challenges of the coming generation and well, the change we have to face. Okay, unfortunately I don't have enough time. I could go on, but I know you have a tight schedule.
I hope you are going to come back another time. Thank you very much, Ranga. But I have two quick questions.
Okay,
is the world Emil is going to live in, is that one where you would like to live in as well? Because I am influenced by science fiction literature, and that never really painted a bright, beautiful future.
I totally agree. And you know what? Why not ask our audience? I mean, I could just sort of poke in this question and ask all of you, are you looking forward to your future, or are you afraid of it? So
Okay.
last time,
I'm going to say I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
I don't know. Well, there are some votes coming in, and what you can see is, well,
some other people don't know. And I have another quick question, because in the introduction I was talking about the troubles parents have advising their children which profession to pick or what to study. What are you going to advise Emil?
Well, first of all, I gave the advice to my children. I have 4 children, and you know, I was very clear-cut.
But that was in another time.
Okay, but I think so, listen to your heart. I think so, that's the elementary things. What should you study? This is your life, and this is, I think so, true for every generation. Listen to your own heart and do things which are fulfilling for you. Don't try to follow the laws of a society, the reasoning of parents, but listen to yourself. And I think so this is so important, because within a generation you grow older, and in my case, I still get up in the morning with a gorgeous feeling because I love what I do. And I think so that is so important, and I think so that is going to be true also in the upcoming generations.
And that is so nice to hear scientists advise somebody to listen to their hearts. Thank you very much, Ranga. Have a nice day.
Take care. Thank you.
You too. And we are going to have another quick break soon. But before that, I would like to recommend something to you. The exciting conversations that we had at Das Blaue Sofa, the Blue Couch, which is a format where fiction and non-fiction books are being discussed with their authors. And it is a cooperation of our partners Bertelsmann, Dreisat, ZDF und Deutschlandfunk Kultur. And tonight we are going to present 4 talks with the authors Raik Anders, Dana Gigor, Daniel Wisser, and the President of the German Parliament, Wolfgang Schäuble. You can find the link on our websites as of tonight. And we see each other after a quick break, where we are going to start with another Unboxing My Generation. See you soon. Welcome back to the program of Kultursymposium Weimar. It is time to unbox another generation. This is what Agne Juškenaitė is going to do now. She's a Lithuanian video creator, TV and event host, and has a long-running history of interest in geek culture, gaming and filmmaking. For the past 6 years, she has been a popular YouTube personality. And she's well known for her high energy and vibrant style and her comic-like personality. She's now unboxing her generation.
Sveiki, gyvi, čia Agnė Juškenaitė ir šiandien mes išpakuosime Y kartą. Y karta jums yra greičiausiai geriau žinoma kitų pavadinimų tūkstantmečio karta arba Millennials. Tai yra žmonės gimę nuo 1981 iki 96, tame tarpe ir aš gimus 92. Taigi šiandien aš noriu kartu su jumis išpakuoti tūkstantmečio kartos dėžę, kuri štai dabar labai dailiai išstovi ant mano lentynos, kurioje mes rasime kai ką, kas turbūt kiekvienam Y kartos atstovui sukels šiokią tokią nostalgiją. Pirmas daiktas, kurį aš radau savo sendaikčių dėžėje ir kuris neabejotinai sukels prisiminimų Y kartos atstovams, yra be abejonės CD diskai. Ir ne bet kokie diskai, o diskai, kuriuos mes įrašydavom savo to meto klausomiausią muziką. Mano atveju tai yra alternative, classical, instrumental, oldies, retro ir, žodžiu, visiškai standartinis paauglės playlistas, ane? Tuo metu, kai nebūdavo jokių Spotify'ų, apskritai, kai internetas dar neegzistavo, mes savo muzikos klausydavomės iš tokių milžiniškų CD grotuvų, kurie mums netildavo į striukių kišenes ir dažniausiai tenai sukdavosi neoriginalus muzikinis diskas, kurį būdavo pakankamai sudėtinga gauti Lietuvoje, bet štai toks vat įrašytas diskelis su savo muzika. Tęsiant toliau ir kalbant apie 90-2000 laikotarpį, net jeigu dabar ir nebeskaitote komiksų, greičiausiai pamenate, kad tuo metu buvo leidžiamas labai populiarus komiksas Donaldas ir kiti. Šis komiksas yra leidžiamas ir dabar, o aš pati savo tėvų namuose esu surinkusi nenormalaus dydžio šio komikso kolekciją, kuri tęsiasi nuo 93 metų. Tačiau jei esate tikras Y kartos atstovas, jūs prisiminsite ne tokius komiksus, o gerokai didesnius, storesnio popieriaus, apskritai laikraštį primenančius komiksus, kurie vadinosi Mickey Mouse. Kosmosas, kosmosas. Nederėtų pamiršti ir to, kad Lietuvoje augusiai Y kartai pakankamai didelį įtaką darė ir šiokie tokie istoriniai įvykiai, pavyzdžiui, kaip nepriklausomybės atgavimas. Todėl nieko keisto, kad dauguma mūsų savo vaikystę praleidome šiokią tokią sovietinio prieskonio aplinkoje, apsupti sovietinių žaislų, kurios tikrai turbūt visi atsimename, ir tokių įvairių objektų, kaip pavyzdžiui ši Donaldo lempa. Hebra, aš neturiu nieko prieš Donaldą ir juolab nieko prieš lempas, bet šitai yra sovietiškiau už kilimą ant jūsų bobutės sienos. Lygiai tą patį turbūt galima pasakyti ir apie šitą super sovietinį Skrudžo Makdako žaisliuką, kuris į Putiną yra panašesnis gerokai labiau negu į bet kokią antiną. Jeigu esate tipinis Y kartos lietuvis, jūs greičiausiai turite ir kokį tetą ar dėdę, kuris nuo sovietų priespaudos paspruko į tolimąjį užsienį. Tokiu atveju nebūdavo nieko geriau nei sulaukti lauktuvių iš to tolimojo užsienio, kur visokie malonumai ir technologijos buvo gerokai labiau pažengę nei tuo metu Lietuvoje. Man šį laikotarpį atspindi dėdės iš Amerikos atsiųstas Game Boy Color. Konsolė puikiai veikia ir po šiai dienai ir žinokit, realiai negaliu apibūdinti nostalgijos jausmo, kai įsijungi konsolę ir užgroja tą seną muzikėlę, kur tiesiog polifonkė, bet tai yra pusė mano vaikystės. Kalbant apie geiminimą, jaunieji Y kartos gameriai greičiausiai savo rankose galėjo turėti tokį technologinį stebuklą. Tai yra antroji PlayStation konsolė pasirodžiusi 2000 metais. Nors šiandien ji yra nerealiai prastų specifikacijų, tuo metu tai buvo tikras technologinis atradimas. Ir kad galėtumėt suprasti, kaip labai tiesioginė to žodžio prasme PlayStation konsolė paaugo per šitos 21 metus, štai taip antrasis PlayStationas atrodo šalia praėjusiais metais pasirodžiusios 5-osios konsolės. Kosmosas, kosmosas. Na ir pabaigai, tūkstantmečio kartos dėžėje liko kai kas, kas turbūt bus aktualu tik tai man vienai arba labai nedaugeliui žmonių, tačiau tai yra labai didelė mano, kaip Y kartos atstovės gyvenimo dalis. Aš kaip tūkstantmečio kartos atstovė užaugusi Kaune dažnai vaikščiodavau į Kauno dramos teatrą. Jeigu ten vaikščiodavot ir jūs iki 2004 metų teatro renovacijos, greičiausiai prisimenat tą didelę, gražią, žalią pagrindinės teatro scenos uždangą, kurios vidury buvo išsiuvinėta rutelė. Po renovacijos ta uždanga buvo pakeista kita, visiškai atnaujinta, lygiai taip pat buvo išgriautos ir scenos grindys, viskas modernizuota ir pakeista naujai. Na, o to meto teatralams buvo padovanota štai toks prisiminimas. Su įstiklintu originalios užuolaidos gabalėliu, ant kurio išsiuvinėta ta pati rūtelė, įstatytų į originalios scenos grindų gabalėlį. Tai yra vienas svarbiausių mano gyvenimo prisiminimų ir neabejotinai kai kas man asmeniškai labai gerai atspindi mano Y kartos laikotarpį. Tikiu, kad ir jūs turite kažką tokio svarbaus savo gyvenime, be ko neįsivaizduojate savo vaikystės ar jaunystės, bet ko ir nebūtų, jei nebūtumėte Y kartos atstovai. Tai tiek šiandien slepiasi mano 1000-mečio kartos dėžėje. Į ją būtų galima įdėti dar labai daug, pradedant tamagočiais ir užbaigiant marlėmis, kurias mūsų tėvai naudodavo vietoj pampersų. Tačiau šiandien tiek, leiskit man žinoti komentaruose, kuris objektas jums sukėlė daugiausiai nostalgijos, ką galbūt ten įdėtumėt patys ir ar norėtumėt pamatyti tokios serijos antrąją dalį. Na, o dabar aš su jumis atsisveikinu, iki kito karto. Ate.
Thank you, Agne Juschkenaite, for unboxing your generation. As I mentioned just before the break, the Blaue Sofa, the blue couch, is a piece of furniture that moves from book fair to special premieres or symposia, where writers present their new books in conversation. For the Kultursymposium Weimar, it moved to the Bauhaus Museum in exactly Weimar. You can watch these conversations tonight at 7 p.m. Central Eastern Time, which is about 2 hours from now. Here's a glimpse, introduced by Dr. Immanuel Hermreck, Chief Human Resource Officer at one of the sponsors of Kultursymposium at Bertelsmann.
Zum diesjährigen Kultursymposium Weimar des Goethe-Instituts hat Bertelsmann gemeinsam mit dem ZDF, Deutschlandfunk Kultur und Dreisat eine besondere Ausgabe des Literaturformats Das Blaue Sofa ins Leben gerufen. Es wurde im eindrucksvollen Bauhausmuseum der Kulturstadt Weimar aufgezeichnet. Mit dabei waren eine Autorin und 3 Autoren, in deren Büchern das Thema Generationen eine wichtige Rolle spielt. Der YouTuber und Journalist Raik Anders, die rumänisch-schweizerische Romanautorin Dana Grigorca, Bundestagspräsident Wolfgang Schäuble und der österreichische Schriftsteller Daniel Wisser. Jetzt gleich sehen wir vorab einige Ausschnitte aus ihren Gesprächen auf dem blauen Sofa. Sie erläutern darin, was ihre eigene Generation geprägt hat und welche Generationsfragen sie in ihren Büchern behandeln. Das Thema Generationen ist für uns alle hochaktuell und ich freue mich sehr, dass Bertelsmann auch in diesem Jahr mit einem inhaltlichen Beitrag beim digitalen Kultursymposium Weimar vertreten ist. Ich wünsche viel Spaß bei diesem spannenden Beitrag.
Naja, ich bin natürlich Nachkriegsgeneration. Ich habe keine unmittelbare persönliche Erinnerung an die Zeit von Kriegen und Not. Da kann ich mich nicht daran erinnern. Ich bin zwar 1942 geboren, aber ich habe keine Erinnerung. Und ich kann auch gar nicht erinnern, dass es uns schlecht gegangen ist, wie man sagt. Aber geprägt hat mich diese Zeit der Aufbaujahre der Bundesrepublik Deutschland. Natürlich bin ich auf diese Weise in der alten Bundesrepublik Deutschland geprägt worden. Wenn ich mit meinem Freund Lothar de Maizière mich unterhalte, der war 2, 3 Jahre älter ist als ich, aber der in vielem mir auch sehr ähnlich ist. Aber der hat in der DDR gelebt und damit in einer ganz anderen Welt. Und dann spüren wir, wie wir durch diese Zeit über, fast 50 Jahre doch in sehr unterschiedlichen Welten sozialisiert wurden und das prägt für den Rest unserer Leben.
In meinem Roman geht es um 3 unterschiedliche Generationen. Und meine Erzählerin ist meine Generation. Sie ist im Kommunismus unter der kommunistischen Diktatur geboren und aufgewachsen, hat die Wende erlebt, konnte in Paris studieren gehen und ist wieder zurückgekehrt. Eine Generation überspringe ich, nämlich die Elterngeneration meiner Erzählerin, die im Kommunismus geboren wurden und im Kommunismus aufgewachsen sind, die mit der Generation meiner Erzählerin wenig kommunizieren. Es gibt ein Schweigen zwischen diesen Generationen. Die Generation meiner Erzählerin kommuniziert mit ihrer Großmutter, eben mit der Großtante, überspringt in der Kommunikation eine Generation. Leider sind das wahre Geschichten, die mich zu dem inspiriert haben. Politiker, die unter den Kommunisten Nomenklaturisten waren, also der Herrscherklasse angehörten, die haben sich weiterhin an die Macht gehalten, die sind dann Sozialdemokraten geworden, die haben weiter regiert und auch EU-Gelder veruntreut und dann haben sie die mit der Macht an ihre Familienmitglieder weitergegeben. Und ohne eine Meritokratie, ohne die Politiker aufgrund ihrer Fähigkeiten einzusetzen, ohne dieses Vererben der Macht zu durchbrechen, kommen wir nicht auf den grünen Zweig.
Generationen, die zum Beispiel eine Welt ohne Mobiltelefone, eine Welt ohne Internet nicht kennen, die eigentlich eine Welt oder die, sagen wir zumindest diese westeuropäische Welt ohne freies Reisen nicht kennen und die auch die Zeit des realen Kommunismus nicht kannten, der ja als quasi Gegenpol zur westlichen Demokratie lange die Gestaltung unserer demokratischen Vorstellungen ausgemacht hat, sowohl der Sozialdemokratie, aber auch der christlich-sozialen Parteien. Und da ist es natürlich so, dass meine Generation und die Älteren das Gefühl haben, dass diesen jungen Generationen ganz viele Dinge in der Ausrüstung fehlen, die aus der Geschichte hergeleitet wurden, weil sie für sie einfach keine so große Rolle mehr spielen. Und der Konflikt dreht sich sozusagen immer um diese Geschichtsbilder und ich glaube, er kann auch gar nicht gelöst werden, außer durch Debattieren, denn niemand kann ja was dafür, wann und wo er geboren ist und jeder hat natürlich sein Geschichtsbild.
Ich glaube, von meinem Jahrgang, ich bin der 87, bin ich das, was man Millennial nennen würde. Und ich glaube, was zumindest meine Altersgruppe ausmacht, ist, dass es im Gegensatz zu früher, also bei älteren Leuten vielleicht oder bei der Generation meiner Eltern, war es eher noch so, okay, du kannst halt mit einem normalen Job irgendwie noch so deine Familie versorgen, du kannst dir vielleicht ein Haus sogar leisten oder jetzt mal mehrere Urlaube oder irgendwas. Von wegen, es wird halt besser mit der Zeit und es geht nach vorne. Und was meine Generation halt vor allem erlebt hat, ist so eine beständige Unsicherheit. Und also die generelle Stimmung, die da so drunter liegt, sage ich mal, ist einfach eine gewisse Unsicherheit im Sinne von, jederzeit kann hier alles passieren. Ja, du kannst irgendwie morgen deinen Job verlieren, morgen kann irgendwie dein Land einstürzen oder was auch immer. Und mit dem Klima wollen wir gar nicht erst anfangen. Ne? Also was wir erleben, ist wirklich eine Generation, zumindest jetzt aus meiner Sicht, die es gewohnt ist, quasi im Krisenmodus zu leben und die nicht das Glück vielleicht der ein bisschen älteren Generation hat, im Sinne von, wir haben hier stabile Verhältnisse und können langfristig planen. Aber man darf es, glaube ich, nicht alles über einen Kamm scheren. Man muss dann wirklich im Einzelfall immer gucken, wo sind so die Verbindungspunkte, wo die unterschiedlichen Generationen wirklich auch gegenseitig sich helfen, sich unterstützen, voneinander lernen können und auch zusammen was bewegen. Genau wie es bei Fridays for Future zum Beispiel auch normal ist, dass halt nicht nur die jungen Schüler irgendwie auf die Straße gehen, sondern dass es auch die Parents for Future oder Scientists for Future gibt und dass man da wirklich Hand in Hand versucht halt für die Zukunft einfach was zu leisten.
Das Deswegen ist es so wichtig, dass wir da diese Erfahrung haben, dass wir sie weitergeben, dass wir miteinander reden. Aber deswegen genau müssen wir diese Gräben zwischen den Generationen, die durch die Medien verstärkt werden. Die Jungen haben völlig andere Medien, Informationen, beschäftigen mit anderen. Das ist eine große Gefahr für die Toleranz und für die Stabilität unserer Freiheit. Und da müssen wir mit umgehen. Deswegen finde ich sehr gut, dass das ein zentrales Thema jetzt ist, das Verhältnis der Generationen.
The entire conversations that we had at das Blaue Sofa are published tonight at 7 p.m. Central European Time. From book presenting to book preserving, this is the aim of Scottish artist Katie Patterson with her Future Library project, a living work of art spanning an entire century. 1,000 trees have been planted in a forest near Oslo in order to supply paper for books that are going to be printed in 100 years' time. Every year another author is going to write a book for this library, for this future library, which started in 2014. They are all being sealed and kept, and then these 100 books are going to be published in 2114. Some of the authors involved are Karl-Ove Knausgaard, Margaret Atwood, or Ocean Vuong. Martina Puchberger of the Cultural Department of Goethe-Institut headquarters is now going to talk to the artist and the curator about this future library and about the appeal of this message to future generations.
Future Library is an artwork that's going to unfold over 100 years. We're in the forest because we're cutting down the trees to clear a space to grow Future Library. In a month or so we'll be planting right here in the forest about 1,000 trees, and when the trees are fully grown we're going to cut them down and print a book which is written now but never read until 100 years. We're inviting one writer a year over the 100 years to write a piece, which could be anything, fiction, non-fiction, poetry, from one word to any length of words. And that'll be held in a special place inside the new library in Oslo. And then in 100 years' time, it'll be made public and printed. So nobody will read any of these texts until far in the future. Not the next generation, maybe the next generation after that.
Hello, my name is Martina and I'm absolutely delighted to have the artist Katie Patterson and the curator Anne Beate Hövind here with me today, and I'm really looking forward to this conversation about their project, the Future Library. And I'll jump right in and would like to ask Katie to tell us a little bit about how you came about with the idea of the Future Library.
When I came up with the idea for Future Library, this was many years ago. We're already in year 7 or 8, but it seemed so simple. It was a fleeting thought. I was drawing on a train and I was drawing tree rings. And I had a very immediate kind of vision of tree rings becoming chapters in a book and a story growing through a tree, and every ring in the tree becoming a voice and becoming words. So Future Library came about as this kind of simple idea, and like a tree, it's kind of grown and it's grown and grown. But it was really to do with the material connection between trees, words, people, time. And I saw the whole forest growing over 100 years and being cut down and pulped, and for this book to be printed on it and for it to be read, but not until a whole century had passed. So I saw all of this in a kind of split second, the forest, the words, the idea of the book. But then it took many years, to bring it into fruition. and it became more complex. And then it turned into the idea where it was more than one voice. It was one author every year who got invited to write a new story, a new piece of text that would grow through the trees, and all of these voices would come together and become a book in a century time, printed on the forest. And so I had that idea on a train many years ago, put it away. It was in my notebook. I put it away because I thought nobody's going to take this seriously. And then there was a chance to come to Oslo, and there was a chance to propose the idea to Anne Beate Hovind.
Great. And Anne Beate, may I ask you, how was it? Do you remember the moment you met Katie, or she gave her presentation? Or can you describe the moment and what made you immediately connect with the idea of the project, or with Katie as an artist, being able to work with her?
Yeah, she was invited to come to Oslo, and we had 4 days of discussions with lots of artists, actually, on how can we implement and work with art in this urban seafront development. And Katie was there. She didn't mention the idea at all. And she did a talk, but of course I was so amazed by her art and how she's working. And she left for Berlin. She lived in Berlin at that time. And then I think after a week, she phoned me and she said, and asked me, do you have access to a cabin in a forest? So I took her to my family cabin and dropped her off really in the deep forest for a week. And when she came out, she kind of, it sounds like she came out of the forest, but it was almost like that.
Yeah, it was. By the end of the week, I'd become a forest person.
Yeah, and she proposed the idea. Of course, I remember, because at first I totally panicked because, you know, Katie has the ideas, but it was my job then to make it happen. And I was like trying to imagine 100 years. No, I just leave that totally, because that's impossible. Okay, growing a forest in the urban seafront area, that's so costly to ask for that plot. So I had no idea. But, you know, working on the idea, because it was so fascinating, but it felt impossible in the beginning. But I have kind of, I guess, the energy to just start solving it. So, and put brick on brick. And then I started with the forest. So when the forester, this municipality say, yes, you can have a forest. That's when he said yes. I remember that moment. I knew it was going to happen.
That brings us wonderfully to the theme of our Kultursymposium Weimar, with this year's theme of generations. And I think in your work, it really brilliantly comes out that moment that came across the term cathedral, thinking that actually the artist or the producers or the authors of that work won't see the final result in their lifetime, apart from perhaps the very last generation that will contribute to the project. So Katie, may I address you again, if what your response would be there, or what do you feel like when thinking about, we're very much in the present and we're a few years into your project, and so far probably most of the people that have contributed so far to the project are still around, talking about the project, get conversations going, and how will that relate to looking back and looking forward into the future?
I think what's so remarkable for me is that in this relatively short time since the project started, you know, so much has happened in terms of the climate, especially. And when we begun, most of the questions that people were interested in asking about then were to do with the book, the paper, the materiality, the technology of, you know, do you think books will still be there? Because it was all thinking about electronic books and so on, to suddenly being about will the human race be there to read the book? And that's extremely shocking and very existential. And, you know, because these are questions that are being asked really seriously, because it's the position that this generation and all of us living now are in. We're actually having to consider our implications now, and yeah, the kind of earth that we're responsible for and the people that we're responsible for. And so Future Library always had this inherent ecology in it. It was always to do with trees and time and material and words and all of this kind of interacting and coming together.
And I think I often ask, why does it resonate with people all over the world, across nations, ethnicity, religion, whatever, you know, it really resonates with a very basic human thing, you know. And I think it is really about this very basic thing. It's about trust. It's about trusting this generation that they actually take care, and also trusting the coming generation that they will take this job on.
I think that has so much magic and is very accessible as well to generations, and within a generation to the different groups. And in this very moment in time, what do you take away from the project? What does it give you right now, where you feel this is something you'd like to share with other people, with the people around you, with the people who might not have heard about the project, but where you feel this is what you personally take away from the project right now in this moment in time that we are in now?
It's the core of the hope and the trust, and the interconnection between time and between people. 100 years isn't so far, you know, it's actually very close. And, you know, we're in this very vulnerable moment in time where the actions of all of us living right now have enormous implications for all of those who are going to be born. So the whole project is a kind of faith, it's a kind of leaping forward in time. You know, it's a small act, it's a book, you know, we're not kind of, it's a small gesture, but yet it's kind of pointing towards a way of respecting those that are still to come, having a place in our lives, for people that aren't born yet, and having a respect and, you know, an understanding that they're inheriting the world that we are now creating, and to kind of form that bond, form that, even though it's unseen, kind of form that invisible connection between us and the future, and to be hopeful and to have trust. And for me, that's always what I come away with, you know, in the deepest way.
Yeah, and I think it's about, of course, the same thing. But people ask me very often, aren't you sorry you're not going to read the book or the manuscripts? And honestly, for me, the beauty is in this process. It's in being part of this ritual every year. And it's so to connect to time and place like that every year, and this slowness.
Great, thank you so much. I think it leaves us all very excited about the project. I hope many of us can take part in the project visit or become part of that ritual. Even reading about the project or watching the video is very inspirational.
Thank you also from Berlin to Martina Puchberger, Katie Patterson, and Anne-Beate Hovind. Katie just said it, 100 years seem to be a big step in time for us now, but it is a small step for our next guest, because he deals with the infinite universe and the galaxies inside it. Why are stars born and how do they die? Are there generations of planets? How is intelligent life formed, and how is it governed? By which laws is it governed? And why does it end at some point? We are now trying to connect to him on Zoom. I don't know if he's already there. No, I'm seeing he's not there yet. So bear with us. Explore the website around me. If you are on our website, if you're on YouTube, leave that channel open, but go explore the website. And then we see you in a couple of minutes when we reached out to Avi Loeb.
Thank you. Thanks for hosting me. Well, it's the age of the universe since the Big Bang is 13.8 billion years. So we are born into this world like actors put on a stage without knowing what the play is about. And the play has been going on for a very long time compared to our life. We just came at the end. So we are clearly not the main characters in that play. And it would make sense for us to look for other actors and ask them, what is the meaning of the play? What is the meaning of life?
In your book, you are exploring these ideas and also the facts that made you argue that there is life on other planets. And the US Defense Department officials that have admitted to have seen unidentified aerial phenomena that they call tic-tac because of its shapes, and that just recently have been published, they point into that direction as well. What are these objects that you are all talking about? What do you know?
Well, there are two different regimes. One is the one that is explored by telescopes, that astronomers look far away from Earth. And the first object from outside the solar system was discovered in 2017, and it's called Oumuamua. It passed close to the Earth, and it didn't look like any of the rocks that we have seen from the solar system before. Didn't look like a comet or an asteroid. It was very weird. And in my book, Extraterrestrial, I describe the anomalies of this object and suggest that perhaps it was artificially produced by another technological civilization. Then the government is the Pentagon provides a report to the Congress by the end of this month in which there is evidence for objects that we don't identify the nature of. And clearly the government would not release this report unless it was confident that the objects do not belong to other nations, because otherwise it's a matter of national security and the data would be completely classified. And so one of the important statements that will be made in the report is that these objects are real. These are hovering just above the surface of the Earth. They are called unidentified aerial phenomena. And we don't know the nature of these things. And if they're not human-made, then the two other possibilities is that they were produced by nature somehow, or that they're extraterrestrial. And in order to find out, what we need is the subject to move away from government officials and national security administrators into the realm of science. We need to do experiments that collect more data on these objects so that we can clarify their nature.
Of course, I would very much like to know it. You were just talking about the anomalies of these objects moving. What are these anomalies exactly? What is hinting to you that this is not something that has been here already?
Yeah, so the first object found from outside the solar system in the vicinity of the Earth by astronomers was named Oumuamua. It was discovered in Hawaii, and this name means a scout. And as it was tumbling every 8 hours, the amount of light that it reflected from the sun changed by a factor of 10. And the best fit for the variation in the reflected light was that of a pancake-shaped object, a flat object. And then it was also pushed away from the sun, presumably because of the reflection of sunlight, which means that it was very thin. And one way to connect it to the unidentified aerial phenomena that we were talking about is perhaps it was receiving some transmissions, some signals from objects or probes that were put in the vicinity of Earth a long time ago. But the only way for us to find out is collect more evidence. Science is based on evidence, and we can pursue these subjects scientifically because the public cares a lot, whether we are alone, whether we're the smartest kid on the block. And just imagine if we find a piece of alien technology that is far more advanced than what we possess right now, we will learn something new.
Is it due to the progress of science that now also governments are talking publicly about these things and about their findings? Or why is it? Because reports about unidentified flying objects have been around for decades.
Right, and I would argue that it's a mixed bag. All these reports, many of the objects that were claimed are probably explained by mundane processes, things that either belong to the military or natural phenomena. But it seems like the US government reached the point where they identified some objects that must be real because they were detected by multiple instruments, infrared, radar, optical cameras, and a lot of pilots that are trustworthy. And as a result, they reached a point where they have to confess to the public that these objects are real, at least some of them. And by the way, it's enough to find one object that comes from an extraterrestrial origin for us to be excited about it. You don't need many, just one. And the way to find out more about it is through scientific inquiry. So it's really important that the scientific community will not ridicule this subject, but rather engage by placing state-of-the-art cameras and audio sensors in the same locations and collect more data. That data could be open to the public, and the scientific inquiry can be completely transparent because it doesn't involve national security aspects.
Mm-hmm. In a recent interview in a podcast, you said that it is unlikely that we humans will ever encounter living aliens. Apparently, it's much more likely that we might come across the remains of long extinct galactic civilization. Why are you thinking this? And are you sad about it?
Well, for two reasons. One, the travel through interstellar space takes a long time. It takes light 4 years to reach the nearest star. And the light speed is the ultimate speed. You can't move faster than that. And the rockets that we launched are 10,000 times slower than light. So it takes tens of thousands of years just to reach the nearest star. And just imagine going across the galaxy. It's a huge length of time, but moreover, there are risks in space from the bombardment by very energetic particles. If you just if a human is exposed to those cosmic rays for a year, the risk of death is quite high. And so I would think that biological creatures are not really designed to survive in space, but technological equipment can last for billions of years. And you can think of equipment that is using artificial intelligence so that it could be very intelligent. And moreover, with 3D printers that can replicate itself. And so you can imagine equipment that reproduces itself and with many copies sent to different destinations. And there is no need really for living creatures to be on board. And I think that is the most likely thing we will find.
But couldn't artificial intelligence creatures resemble something living, and because they are so optimized, survive also this light year traveling?
Oh yeah, I mean, they will bear the blueprint of whoever produced them in the first place, but they will be independent. We are already witnessing machine learning and intelligence on computers that is superseding human intelligence in some respects. And I think that within several decades, it will be the reality here on Earth that we will have machines thinking better than humans. But sending those to space would imply that other civilizations that may have predated us, most of the stars formed billions of years before the sun. So you could have technological civilizations out there that represent our future. And therefore, I think it's very likely that if we find something, if we put our hands on something, if we have contact with something, it will be technological equipment. And we should be prepared for that, because it might be shocking if you just imagine what humans will develop in 1,000 years or 1,000,000 years. It would look like magic to us today. It will be an approximation to God. It could do miracles. And so we should be humble, modest, and just engage in this fishing expedition. We don't know what fish we will find.
I think one of the reasons that the public is so fascinated with all these discoveries and with this great myth about the universe is that we all are so steeped in culture with these topics through science fiction literature, at least in the Western countries. To what extent is the public's understanding shaped by what we saw on Star Wars or Star Trek and stuff like that, or Alien?
Well, the good thing about science fiction is that it expands our imagination. But frankly, I'm a scientist, and I don't like science fiction because on many occasions the storyline deviates from the laws of physics, and I just cannot enjoy the storylines of science fiction. I'm a scientist. But on the other hand, I do believe that reality at some point may appear to represent things that used to be in the realm of fiction, because there might be other civilizations far more advanced than we are that will shock us. And some of the ideas that appeared in science fiction may be realized. But the way to find out is not by imagining these things or by engaging in philosophical discussions about our prejudice, what we believe might be out there. Instead, we should be spectators, enjoy the show, just look out, collect evidence, and see what we find. Without a prejudice, a lot of people think they know the answer in advance. Yeah, go ahead.
Totally fascinating that in the 50s or 60s, when people just could not have known, they foresaw so much of the future that is reality for us. Automatic sliding doors, video communications like we have, holograms, and also the disastrous side, nature at the brink of extinction, polluted air, surveillance drones. They all painted the problems and the achievements that we have today. How could they have known?
Right. So, of course, there are success stories for ideas that were originally in fiction and then were realized, but there are many ideas that were not realized. And the only way to find out which ones are realized is to follow science, because science is really the guiding light for humanity, in the sense that it provides a sharing or cooperation that is evidence-based knowledge. And that is what we need to pursue, evidence-based, not ideas that or imagination, but evidence. And we should be open-minded. You see, on the one hand, the scientific community is very often conservative, does not want to imagine things we haven't seen. At the same time, the public has a lot of imagination. So both approaches are not the right ones. What we should do is explore nature. And it's a learning experience. You see, if we close off the curtains on the windows at our home and not look out, we will never know that we have neighbors. And whether we look through the window or not will not change the fact of whether we have neighbors or not. And so we should be open-minded. Just look through the window and see if we have neighbors and whether the neighbors are smarter than we are. Are we the smartest kid on the block? I don't think so.
Thank you, Avi Loeb, and thank you for being a prototype for this person or for this kind of public, an open-minded scientist that is rooted in data. Thank you very much for this conversation. All the best.
My pleasure. Thank you.
And now back to the smaller dimensions on planet Earth, back away from the infinitive dimensions of time, from outer space. Because the next discussion revolves around our life in 2099. What you expect and foresee for the future is also very much giving away what person you are. Me, for example, I believe all the dystopian stuff that science fiction literature was writing about. So I expect climate change to enforce distribution struggles, less inhabitable land, with hard conditions for agriculture, more people, bigger inequalities. So you are very lucky that the next panel hosts people with a substantial, more optimistic outlook on our future and on humankind. They will discuss how our world is going to look for our grand and great-grandchildren. Katja Kessing is the head of Goethe-Institut's International Visitors Program. She's your host here.
The things that are going on right now continue to happen, basically, so no improvement with the environment and no changes whatsoever, I wouldn't see a good future for our great-great-grandchildren.
There'll be so much more connection through the internet that'll be just like another limb in a way. And I think there'll be more connections across borders. There will be more connections between people connected wherever they may be in the world, maybe through faster travel, fast communication that will enhance an exchange between countries and peoples.
Oh Gott, das weiß ich gar nicht, ob ich mir das vorstellen will, weil das wird rasant sein. Ich denke mir, die Autos werden fliegen, wie dieses 5. Element, das habe ich dann immer im Kopf, diesen Film.
If I want to look at the crystal ball and see the grand generation, unfortunately, at one point I would see it a bit dark future due to the climate change and due to the humanitarian issues that we're living on, the refugee problems, the inequality and equity that exists in the world. But at the same time, I would see it bright, as I can still see people from our generation and the new generation are working on a daily basis to improve the situation, to always correct these challenges and solve them.
And it's a beautiful picture to paint how our grand heaven knows to what power children will live. I think they will live in a place that is very diverse, a more accepting community of the varied identities. I think in terms of any form of advancement, really, they'll be better off than the current generation.
I think to some degree, something that future generations shouldn't forget from my generation is the impacts of COVID and understanding that a lot of things that we take for granted can actually be taken away.
I think humanity, the idea of humanity in itself is something that should not be forgotten as we move ahead, because that is what distinguishes us from everything within our ecosystem.
نسل جوان باید خیلی هوشدار باشه که دستاوردهایی رو که بشریت این نسل‌های اخیر به دست آورده بودن اینا از بین نره و برای آزادی، دموکراسی، با هم بودن فعالیت بکنه و در مرحله یعنی مهمترین اینجا هستش که بتونه در حفظ محیط زیست کوشش فعالی داشته باشه.
Ich glaube, gerade in Deutschland hat sich damit auch jeder beschäftigt, dass man sich an solche sozusagen Schattenseiten der Geschichte erinnern muss, weil man dann daraus lernt und sie hoffentlich nicht wiederholt.
Meine Generation, die kann leider nicht mehr so richtig Arabisch sprechen. Und auch wenn wir einander texten, da schreiben wir Arabisch mit lateinischen Buchstaben, also nicht auf arabischen Buchstaben. Das ist auf jeden Fall schade. Also in diesem Prozess der Globalisierung verlieren wir auch was.
Oma, warum hast du dir nicht mehr Mühe gegeben, mein Leben sicherer zu machen, schöner zu machen, gesunder zu machen? Also das sehe ich wirklich als eine Aufforderung. Ich versuche auch danach zu leben und dafür zu werben.
Desarrollo no sea lo más importante, que tal vez vivir en comunión con la naturaleza sea tal vez la respuesta para salvar la vida de los que vienen después.
I think they would tell us, I wish you did less war, you did less hate. I wish you loved each other more. I wish you worked as a unified country or unified global planet.
Hello and good afternoon, good evening, good morning, and a welcome to everyone to our panel looking ahead to 2099. What kind of world will the generation of our grandchildren and great-grandchildren live in? I am very delighted to come today with three very exciting speakers like Rutger Bregman from the Netherlands, Björn Theis from Germany, and Julia Watson from the United States. Also a very warm welcome to the three of you. Before we start, I would like to draw your attention as audience to the possibility of typing your possible questions to the panelists in the public YouTube chat, so they might find later an entry to our discussion. So, looking ahead to 2099, I would like to start with Rutger Bregman. You are a historian, activist, and author, and your books Humankind and Utopia for Realists have been both New York Times bestsellers and have been translated into 40 languages. You promote, amongst other ideas, the 15 hours week, a universal basic income, and in your latest book, the revival of the trust in humanity. And this is also where my question now leads to. In the short video shown before our discussion, a young adult said when he was asked what kind of advice future generations might give to us retrospectively, he said, less hate, less war, more love. I feel this comment has a lot to do with your latest book, Humankind, where you describe kindness, cooperation, and why not love, and understanding among human beings as an option, if not solution, for a better future. So is Jean-Jacques Rousseau, whose traces you follow in your book, right when he believes in humans' kindness?
I think in a way he was, actually. There's a really old theory, an old idea that's incredibly influential in Western culture, which says that our civilization is just a thin veneer, just a thin layer, and that below that lies raw human nature. You know, that deep down people are just selfish and nasty and you know, these vicious animals, basically. One of the most influential proponents of that idea was the philosopher Thomas Hobbes in the 17th century, who argued that, you know, in the state of nature, we lived lives that were nasty, brutish, and short. And you're right, at the time, or actually around 100 years later, there was also a philosopher named Jean-Jacques Rousseau, a French philosopher, who's often dismissed as a naive, romantic, idealistic, you know, crazy Frenchman, who actually believed the opposite to be true, that human beings deep down have evolved to cooperate and to work together and to be friendly. And the reason I wanted to write my last book, Humankind, is that there's really been a silent revolution in science. So many scientists from so many different disciplines, anthropologists, archaeologists, sociologists, psychologists, you name it, have been moving from that quite cynical view of human nature to a much more hopeful view of human nature. Biologists are even talking about survival of the friendliest these days to describe our evolutionary history. So yes, it's a very different view of who we are as a species. And I think it has profound implications for basically everything we do.
That sounds quite optimistic. Thank you. So, Julia, let's talk about you. You are a designer and an expert in the field of low-tech design, a movement that strives to revive traditional ecological knowledge by collecting know-how, methods, and philosophy from different generations and cultures. In 2019, you published your book, Low-Tech, Design by Radical Indigenism, and you're regularly teaching at Harvard and Columbia University. So if the question of our panel today is what kind of world will the generation of our great-grandchildren and grandchildren live in, it's impossible not to talk about climate change, today's climate sins, and the possible consequences for a very close future. In our previous talk that we had, you said the solution of this is an attitude. Could you tell us a bit more what you mean by this kind of attitude that you're looking for and how it can help us to shape the future and react to climate change? And maybe also talk about the attitude that the movement Low Tech you belong to wants to transmit.
Yeah, I think there's a great segue from what Rutger Bregman was just talking about, that, you know, this survival of the friendliest, or I talk about this idea of not survival of the fittest, but survival of the most symbiotic. And, you know, I talk in the book about this idea of mythology of technology, and we have come through this lineage from the industrialization period that technology and human relationship with the natural world is very separate. We're superior to this world. We're masters over nature, and that's the way we've been sort of evolving our cultural relationship with nature, the human-nature relationship. But that really has to shift. And we're seeing that shift has to happen because climate change has shown us that we have no control over that, and that we're only allowed to respond. And if we're going to respond in an intelligent way, we have to think about how those responses can become symbiotic. And we have a huge climate change movement happening, especially in the youth. And I think what is missing from that movement is a belief system, and a belief system that really evolves what's the cultural relationships between that human-nature relationship. And so in my book, I look to Indigenous cultures from around the world who create incredibly sophisticated, complex technologies that work with nature and the energetic relationships with nature. But I also look at the cultural understandings and the mythologies and the worldviews and the belief systems of those cultures. And I think that there's an incredible way that in the future we might be looking to inform a different type of cultural relationship that is about survival of the symbiotic, working with nature, survival of the friendliest, that is sort of informed by the thousands of different worldviews of indigenous and local cultures that really have lived with nature for hundreds and thousands of years, have a deep knowledge of these, an evolved knowledge of these relationships to inform the way we really think about those relationships into the future. And that's really sort of essentially what low-tech is looking at, is how do we take a broader perspective? How do we stop thinking that cultures from around the world that aren't the American, European dominant culture and cultural understanding of progress, how are they sophisticated in other ways that we really understand as incredibly necessary at this moment under the conditions of climate change that we're experiencing, and will be so important as we move into a future of trying to understand what are the solutions available? What are we missing in terms of our understandings of how humans can evolve, progress, live with nature and ecosystems and natural systems that are complementary and evolving the current dominant model of progress, evolution, economic and ecological relationships that we have sort of presently constructed our world around.
Yeah. So I see we have the survival of the most symbiotic, we have the survival of the friendliest, and now I'm curious to know what Björn will expose to us. Björn, last but not least, I would like to talk to you. You are the head of foresight at Creavis, the strategic innovation unit and business incubator of Evonik, which is one of the world's largest companies for chemical supplies. You hold a master degree in cultural anthropology, philosophy, and English, and you teach future research at various universities. And currently, you're working on the Foresight Project Sustainable Food Futures 2040. And now I have to admit that before our discussion and before knowing you, I was not aware of the existence of Foresight units in bigger companies. So it was very interesting for me to browse on Evonik's website through the 5 different future scenarios that you and your team have created in order that your company could react within. 5 scenarios that have a lot to do with us as being humans in this world. For example, the scenario deceptive calm, or the sustainable paradigm, or the digital champion scenario. So could you kindly explore to us the making of and a bit of the content of these scenarios, and maybe also confess which one is your favorite one?
I try. But first of all, so there are corporate foresight units around, I would say, since the 70s. So corporate started quite early with that, but the number is growing. And today there are many of these units established in many big companies. But back to your question about the scenarios. The scenarios mentioned were our former project and was called the Future of the Specialty Chemical Industries 2040. And we understand scenarios with our applied methodology as consistent qualitative description of conceivable futures. So there's no wishful thinking, but we ask what can happen. And the emphasis here is on the plural. So we have scenarios. We don't have one scenario, and because we can't predict the future. That's for sure. And those explorative scenarios we developed, and not only my team, there were many people involved. It was the biggest scenario project I know so far on this topic. So we traveled to different world regions, included many voices, many disciplines, from young to old, etc., externally, internally. And we looked, and we did that with a so-called STEEP approach. I think that's also important to know, that we just don't look at technology aspects, but with STEEP, the abbreviation stands for society, technology, economy, ecology, and politics. And with that holistic approach, we really try to include all aspects in creating those scenario. And the question of my favorite scenario, I guess it's quite easy to answer. Since if we look into our scenarios, you mentioned deceptive calm, let's start with that. it's obviously not my favorite. It's more every scenario project has a status quo scenario. So how might the world look like if everything more or less progress as we know it? And if we do that, we see for the specialty chemical industry, the next decades are not bad, right? We have a growing middle class, new markets, etc., etc. However, in that scenario, the search for solutions for the major global problems like climate change is a half-hearted effort. And then in the end of the scenarios, those negative consequences are becoming very, very serious, very costly, and very bad for societies all over the world. And obviously, you don't want to live in that world. And then the second one, we have the digital champion scenario, where the big digital companies use their knowledge, their technology, and their enormous resources to penetrate other sectors than IT. So as we know, they move in automotive, life science, maybe also in special chemicals. And here they capture significant parts of the added value, but also creating this whole digital ecosystems. They are under discussion even today. Do you want such big players have their whole ecosystems where you are in or out? So it's also not my favorite. The next one, turbulent times. And as the name suggests, even not my favorite. Here we see a growing nationalism, and that lead to deglobalization, and then also to a decrease of solidarity. So it will be hard, the survival of the friendlies. We will see that in that scenario, hopefully, who's surviving at the end of such a future world. But in this scenario, the world becomes multipolar, conflict-laden. I don't like such a future. Fourth scenario, Chinese dream. Regional scenario on just thinking about how might the world look like if China fulfills its long-term strategic plan made in China 2024 and becomes the world's first eco-civilization. Sounds not good, but still not my favorite. You mentioned the sustainability paradigm, a world in which sustainability is a guiding economic principle. And processes, products, and business models are becoming and must becoming sustainable, but for economical reason, without waiting for governmental or global regulation. And that is my favorite here.
Yeah, thank you, Björn. I think this leads very good to my next question, because here we are, three visionary thinkers, but watching the world and the future of the world from three very different angles and perspectives. So I would like to talk with you about your concepts of a good progress, because each of you deals with progress in your work. What is it for you, and what is the role of progress, and what are its boundaries, its limits? Maybe I would like to start with Rutger Bregman. In one of your books, you said, without utopia, we are lost, but you warn, on the other hand, strongly of too much inhuman and uncontrolled progress. So how to advance towards the future?
So I think one of the most interesting questions you can ask as a historian or a philosopher, or maybe as a citizen, is how will the historians of the future look at us, right? Because we can obviously look at the past, and we can look at, say, the Romans or people who lived in the Middle Ages, and we can marvel at some of their achievements. But we're often also quite horrified by some of the things they did, right? Think about the gladiator fights, or the witch hunts, or the Inquisition, slavery, etc., etc. And we like to think of ourselves as much more moral, right? As much more civilized than those who came before us. But then the question is, how will the historians of the future look at us? Will they say, well, these people were already, morally almost perfect? Or will they be horrified by some of the things we do? I think this is a valuable question, because it helps you to sort of think beyond what we naturally think about in standard politics or what's just on the news. In one of my first books, Utopia for Realists, the central idea was that every milestone of civilization, whether you think about the end of slavery or democracy or equal rights for men and women, they're all dismissed as utopian fantasies at first, right? So it's now common sense, but common sense often starts as utopia. And And that process has always fascinated me. How does that happen? How do ideas that at first are dismissed as unreasonable and irresponsible and, maybe even dangerous, how can they gradually become reality? And who are the people who push that process, right? How does that work? And what's interesting is that, if you start studying that process, you become less and less interested in sort of standard politics or the discussions on the news or whatever, and you become more and more interested in the people who are now in the margins, who are dismissed as silly or idiots or unreasonable or whatever. So yeah, that's one of the things that I try to do in my work, to push the boundaries a little bit and to think from the perspective of the historians of the future.
Yeah, I see. I don't know if Julia or Björn maybe would like to react to this and explore a little bit about their idea of progress or maybe even utopia, because I guess in sustainability we also need a lot of utopia, but also in the company universe you also need new ideas, progress, utopias.
Yeah.
Yeah, Julia, please go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I think for low tech and the ideas that I'm thinking about, it's very much placed in the built environment and thinking about how do we change our built environments to be more sustainable without really just thinking about the limitations of going in two directions primarily, which are low tech, high tech solutions, which really are available to the global north, or preservation areas, areas that are already preserved, tracts of land, wetlands, forests, and that's also particularly directed towards a subset of the world, the global north, or more economically sustainable civilizations. And I think that this idea of citing low-tech or pre-existing climate solutions that are technologies that are not yet realized as technologies as a possibility to change the face of how we think about evolving our built environment and evolving the face of our world and thinking about progress really repositions a large part of the world and about 70% of the population of the world within a space that means that they're not the most vulnerable, that there are technologies that are available to them, that they can contribute to the climate change solution on a global scale, that that there is so much knowledge and a diversified knowledge about how do we change our world, how do we fight this climate change solution, how do we think about progress that is really based upon understanding these really close connections with nature, and that thinking about sustainability and where we go with that whole concept. Sustainability came from the Great Law of the Iroquois, and it was said that that's an indigenous population here in the United States. It was said that when you think about decisions, you think about them 7 generations ahead of you. Yet sustainability is really used as a band-aid, especially in the built environment, and the way we conceive of progress in our world, that we can do whatever we want as long as we have this band-aid of sustainability to slightly shift or to patch up or repair. But it doesn't really consider the general terms of sustainability, which is to think in really long timescales, to think multi-generationally, to think about all the processes, and using a steep model, using a really complex model that understands all the ramifications of impacts at a systemic level. And so I think that that sustainability can really be reconsidered with progress, and we need to challenge that idea that we can sort of keep on going up higher and keep on going out wider and keep on going deeper to extract, and then sustainability will save us. But it's not going to serve us if we don't really systemically change the way by which we think of progress in light of the terms of sustainability.
Thank you, Julia. I don't know, Björn, would you maybe like to add something
from
your point of view, being inside Evonik and also being an anthropologist? And
Yeah, well, coming from a very nerdy company, of course, we believe in progress and improving life through technology. But I think, however, we as a company as well, I think as every citizen of the world, we have to ask ourselves, progress towards what goal? So progress for the sake of progress makes absolutely no sense. It's also useless to develop technology just for the sake of technology, or stick to old goals and roadmaps beside better knowledge. And that's especially true in terms of sustainability. Therefore, I think, and we do that, it's really important to rediscuss on your goals, your visions, your utopias on a regular basis, and think about possible future pathways. And we really have to discuss and on all different levels where we want to go with our progress. So what does that mean? Does it mean digging deeper to just have the same products for the next 100 years, or is there more? And I think that's important, and that's then we need also this kind of utopia for that. The problem is when we reach some kind of vision or utopia, then it's common sense. For me personally, it's utopia. I can have a chip small as my fingernail and can carry around thousands of books. That was an utopia. Every time when I was a child and went to holidays, I couldn't have so much, I want to pack so much books. However, now with sustainability, we are close to, I think, even to reach such utopias with cradle-to-cradle circularity approaches. But for that, we need a lot of innovation, and we need also a huge, broad discussion, as said, on many, many levels. What is our vision? What is our utopia till the year 2099? Or 2050, and then we have the second one for the second half. Maybe that will work.
Yeah. Maybe I would like to quote Björn from one of our previous talks, because you were talking about the unevenness of the futures. And coming back to our question, what kind of world will the next generations live in? And Julia was also talking about the global north. There might be still unevennesses, but I don't know what you feel. If these unevennesses in the future, Rutger, I don't know what you would think if they disappear at some point, if they will be even deeper and much more visible than we have them nowadays?
Well, this is one of those things that future historians may be horrified, by if they study the massive inequality that we have today. Obviously, we had the Occupy Wall Street movement. What is it now, 10 years ago or something like that? People who said, we are the 99%. And I was very sympathetic to that, even though at the same time I was thinking, well, actually, you're the 1%. We in the West, we're the 1%. If you earn a median income in a country like the Netherlands, where I'm from, that means you're in the richest 3.5% of the world population, right? If you're on benefits, you're in the richest around, 11 or 12% of the world population here in the Netherlands. So historically, globally, relatively speaking, you're already incredibly rich. And I think that sometimes we forget in what an unusual position we are, right? That it's, we think of, say, the Queen or the King of France, right, in the 16th or the 17th century. And we wonder how he could be so, arrogant and narcissistic and selfish when the people around him were suffering and were hungry, etc., while he was just having a great time and, having all the pleasures of life. But the historians of the future may say, well, actually, morally, people, in rich countries in the beginning of the 21st century were in a similar moral position, right? It's just that they were blind to it. So I obviously have no idea what the future is going to be like. I mean, we historians have difficulty understanding the past, so please don't ask us about the future.
That's the title of our panel.
Well, at least don't ask us to predict anything, right? I guess one of the main lessons of history is that things can be different, that there's nothing inevitable about the way we structured our society and economy right now. It can all change, right? And that's why I think history is also the most subversive of all the social sciences, right? It just opens up the mind, right? And it makes you realize that actually we can sometimes propose much more radical ideas that may actually make sense. But it's not necessary. Progress is not some historical necessity. We were talking about the role of technology. If you look at the way we treat animals today, I think you could see that as one of the greatest atrocities in human history. that is very much enabled by technology, right? We couldn't do it without antibiotics, without the whole surveillance systems we have in factory farms, et cetera, et cetera. That's only been possible for a couple of decades right now. It's not the case, I think, that farmers today are more cruel than 100 years ago or 500 years ago. Not at all. It's just that they have this incredibly powerful technology, and our appetite is just, very big as we get richer, and therefore, billions and billions of animals get slaughtered every year. And at the same time, scientists discovered that these animals are actually much more like us than we like to believe, right? Have feelings of empathy, have their personalities, have the ability to feel pain, et cetera, et cetera. So I think this is a clear case where technology has not brought progress, but actually has brought us, some horrible things. And again, this is something that when we think about the historians of the future, it wouldn't surprise me if they would see this as one of the greatest atrocities of our time.
I think on the flip side of that, though, that, we have a huge movement in the last 100 years to conserve animals as well, and conserve biodiversity. And everyone talks about, this century as being the century when we'll be remembered for the greatest loss of biodiversity on the earth, the sixth great extinction that's occurring now. And, what I always talk about is that if I was to imagine the future and be a historian in the future, I might say that this century won't be only remembered as the century when we lost incredible amounts of biodiversity. It's the century when we lost incredible amounts of technology that we didn't even yet realize was technology, because it was embedded in our natural systems and our landscapes. And also it was technology that was evolved by peoples that we didn't really consider as progressive. We thought of them as primitive, and we thought of those technologies as primitive. And because those technologies are based in natural systems and working really closely with nature and human relationships that aren't considered as sophisticated when we think about technology in its current terms of technology. And the interesting thing about that is it's actually those technologies that are embedded in these natural systems and these places that are often the technologies that are conserving the biodiversity. And so as we lose the technologies, we're losing the biodiversity. So the current system, or what we might consider the technology to preserve biodiversity on Earth, to preserve animals, is conservation, is failing. Yet we're progressing the types of systems that actually are progressing biodiversity failure, because we don't preserve the technologies that hold biodiversity in place on this earth, which is the nature-based technologies of indigenous and local communities.
Could you give an example of one of those technologies, Julia? I'm just curious.
So one of the technologies from the book that is most relevant in a context of a large-scale city. There's a wastewater aquaculture treatment plant that sits on the outskirts of the city of Calcutta. And Calcutta is a city of 40 million people. It actually 40 million people. It processes half the sewage coming out of that city every single day through a process of completely natural treatment. No chemicals, no electricity. It's a process by which sunlight and symbiosis and algae actually change the system. And it takes about 30 days. It involves lots of different species, fish. It involves algae, microbiological treatment systems. It produces food. It produces 100,000 jobs for the city. It produces irrigation water. It reduces transportation costs because you're not growing food outside the city and bringing it in. And it cleans the water that's coming out of the city in a city that is waterways are incredibly polluted, and that doesn't have a sewage treatment plant servicing the core of that city. And it's a cooperative of farmers that are fourth generation farmers that have evolved this aquaculture system that is incredibly robust and ecologically complex. And so those types of systems
sounds optimistic. Yeah, that sounds good. Thank you for sharing this with us. And we also have some questions from the audience. But maybe, Björn, if you want to say something, please, and then I would like to switch over to some questions from the audience.
Just one question, one comment. Why is the technology? Why do you fear that we will lose such technologies? Because I mean, there's huge interest right now, especially in such zero emission systems, or whatever you call it, especially in aquaculture.
Yeah, I mean, indigenous peoples being removed from their lands and local peoples being removed from their lands is just a natural process. Even that particular technology, which is incredibly resilient. It's about $21 million in savings for the city of Calcutta that these farmers don't get any repatriation for. That system is being pushed out and developed because the government is selling off land and filling it in because they can get taxes off land.
Okay,
so all these systems are compromised by the economic frameworks of the dominant cultures in which they exist and which don't really value them as technologies yet, except we have proof that they are incredibly sophisticated, and they do have these quantitative numbers that show us that they have this multiplier effect on ecology, economy, infrastructure, and biodiversity.
I will keep this discussion in mind for our last question towards the end, but now I would like to read out one or two, or maybe two or three, if possible, questions from the audience, from the public YouTube chat. And one question is, somebody would like to ask if the panel, how reliable such visions of the future can be. And doesn't, for example, the pandemic, the corona pandemic, show us that we cannot foresee some developments at all? Yeah, Björn, tell us.
Yeah, in the case of the pandemic, I like to talk, and it was a quote. That was not a black swan. It was not expectable. It was a black elephant. We knew that the next pandemic is around the corner. So. We even, my team even published in 2016 a report where we really said pre-prepared for the next pandemic, and that was not based because we have some crystal ball somewhere, because it was on a paper which was published to the German government also, I think, in 2014. So that was not really an unexpected event. That was statistically, we knew that will happen. So that is easy. And a second thing to answer is maybe how can we foresee? So normally foresight, or my discipline, is looking 10 to 20 years ahead. And as said, we are not predicting the future, but following future pathways. And just to give you an easy picture, we can just, one method is to follow the money. If we see that there are huge investment in new technology in many nations, we see that here is a big future bet, and then you can describe that. I hope that answered it briefly.
I hope so. I cannot talk to the person, but for me it was answered. Rutger, may I also ask you one question that came from the public YouTube chat? You wrote in one of your books that borders are probably the biggest injustice of our time. So do you think will the children of the year 2099 still know borders only as a word, or will they know borders as a word, or may they just heard about it as in a history class, or will there still be borders? What do you predict? You don't want to predict, but what do you foresee?
Well, again, I have no idea. But what I can say is that borders are a quite recent invention, right? Few people know that, at the end of the 19th century, it was fairly easy to travel around. And most people didn't even own a passport. There were some countries that issued passports, such as the Ottoman Empire and Russia, but these were considered backwards. And so many people actually believed that the future was going to be basically borderless. Now, obviously, that very much changed in the 20th century, since the First World War and the Second World War. But it's, again, I think, good to remember that it doesn't have to be this way. This whole system, this global system that we have constructed over decades, it's been made by people, and people can change it. Now, obviously, it's incredibly difficult when we talk about borders. And sometimes people find it very hard to forget that their nation state that they love so much is actually a very recent invention, and their whole national culture and their national anthem, etc. They don't have a long history. But again, if you zoom out a little bit, then these things can become clearer. And if we look at the moral side of it all, yes, borders are the cause of one of the biggest injustices of our time. Around 60 to 70% of your income is dependent on, the fact where you were born, right? So I always say, if you want to be successful, choose your parents wisely, right? That's the most important thing. It's the most important piece of career advice that you can give to kids. But we live in this illusion that we call a meritocracy, right? Where, I don't know, what you earn or what you get is what you deserve or something like that. Well, obviously, if you just look at some of the structural factors, as I said, 60 to 70% of your income is dependent on the place where you were born, then another 10% on gender, another 10% whether you're white or person of color, etc., etc. Yes, there's huge amount of what you could call historically rooted privilege that people don't like to see. And maybe, yeah, I'm coming back again and again to this point, but maybe the historians of the future will find it easier to see that.
Yeah, so listening to this interesting talk and to your proposals for the future, and knowing that you all have a strong influence with what you're doing and proposing on how to shape our society's future, let it be talking to top managers, or let it be talking on the World Economic Forum at Davos like Rutger did, or also consulting hundreds of companies in questions of sustainability, what Julia does. I was wondering, do people, politicians, managers, companies, listen to your advices, and do they react on what you're proposing? I mean, do you really feel that you and other innovators can make a difference for a better future? Who goes first?
I can start. So it was not always easy, but yes, I can answer that question, at least for my company in that sense. And it's not that they are listening maybe to our advice, but they are listening to our arguments and our work and our data we gathered, and if your argumentation is clear, then you see that then they follow and then apply our scenarios, for instance, to find out how do we get a good future for the company. So the short answer, yes, they do.
Yeah. That's good, because I mean, I'm also asking this because lots of younger people don't feel that they have a voice, or that voices like yours are heard inside society. Julia, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely an optimist and definitely hopeful. And the work that I've been doing, really, it's picked up so much since the pandemic, because I think a lot of governments, companies, the people that I consult, they saw a real problem with globalization and the impact of the pandemic on globalization, especially on industry and manufacturing, and the fact that globalization means there's such an interconnectedness of everything. And when the pandemic really impacted that, they had to sort of go towards a sort of multipolar world, and there has been that shift occurring. And I think, that they really essentially have started to understand that there's an incredible risk involved in ignoring climate change and what will occur if that continues. And they see that, in terms of supply chains and in terms of impacts of, cycles. And there's an incredible interest in this idea of introducing symbiosis into processes, and I actually think that multipolarity, as Bjorn was talking about, and sustainability in the context of regionality and climate change is really incredibly important. And I think that they actually kind of, for me, they go hand in hand, and it really, in a way, it really reinforces the work that I'm doing, in that climate change and climate impact and accountability really only happens on that regional scale. And you have to understand your outputs and the effects to really change and to really sort of change your inputs and understand that cyclical effect. And so the regional conditions that the world is changing to in response to the instability that COVID and climate change will bring about actually is good for sustainability, and really is having a positive impact on people being more responsible for their ecosystems, for the shed in which they get their water, in which they sort of produce their waste and impact their environments. And so I think the technologies that I talk about in low tech, they might not be predictive, just going back to the last question, but they are adaptive. And that's the type of technologies that we need. They're born out of scarcity. They're born out of understanding your local resources. They're born out of understanding your local environments and conditions. Therefore, they are the most sustainable. And that's the type of way we need to think about progress and think about how sustainability evolves.
Let me please take one last question also from the audience, which seems quite interesting to me. Somebody wrote or asked, what needs to be done in addition to innovation to have a 2099 worth living? So what are the big challenges for a good life in 2040 or 2099?
Picking the right utopias, I would say.
Picking the right parents.
Yeah. If I can say something about this.
Yes, please go ahead.
What I've often found interesting is that we find it easier to imagine, fancy new technologies than the implementation of, certain social values, right? We find it easier to sort of think about change in a technological way than in a social way. So a lot of people think, we'll go to Mars and establish a colony there. And for a lot of people, that seems to be easier than eradicating poverty or something like that. Mm-hmm. But obviously eradicating poverty is, technically it's incredibly difficult. It's really, really difficult. What is poverty? It's a lack of money. How do you solve a lack of money? Well, you give people money. That's it. How much money do you need? Well, not a lot, actually. If you do it with something that we call guaranteed basic income, you build an income floor, like a floor in the income distribution. It costs around 1 to maybe 3% of GDP in rich countries. So it's really easy. It's really doable. There have been experiments around the globe now with basic income. Can do it. But when you talk to people about something like that, a scheme to abolish poverty, they're like, oh, that's never going to happen, right? The poor will always be with us. That's unachievable. Let's go to Mars first, right? And that's often surprised me, is that so often we have such a limited, conception of the possible when it comes to these things. Even though we have the means, we have the tools, we have the research, we could easily do it. But yeah, we falsely tell ourselves, we convince ourselves that it is impossible, when in fact it isn't.
Yeah, maybe that's a good moment to invite the audience. After this discussion, we also have a Q&A session with Rutger Bregman, like 5 minutes after this discussion. So I all invite you to this other event. So one last question from my side, because we are already at the end. I'm sorry, it has been very interesting. Maybe in one sentence. Julia, maybe I start with you, because you said already, I'm optimistic. My question would be, in fact, this. So what is your... what is your opinion towards the future? Is there a certain optimism, or is there more like pessimism? Do you think when future generations will look towards us, they will think they failed, or what the hell did they do? What kind of world did they leave to us? Or are you still positive?
No, I think, or I hope that, in terms of the book, I hope that one day this book will be one of the most incredibly banal books that was ever published, in that people would open it and say, oh, of course, this is what my world looks like. This is the where I exist right now. And this was innovative. This was future thinking. Because it's interesting that it's a book that looks to what we would say past technologies and thousands of years worth of understanding to imagine a future. And I do think, sort of, one sentence, that we often look to the future and forget to look to the past because we have this fascination with the future. Yet I think we really need to consider exactly what Ugo was saying. Like, we have so much here that's available, and we just need to really think about what is the global knowledge that can contribute to that new future, rather than just one strand of that knowledge.
That gives me hope. Thanks for this optimistic comment. So Björn, in one sentence, optimistic, pessimistic?
As a futurist, I think that optimism comes with my trade. And if you look at indicators like child mortality, global hunger, or access to education, we see a lot progress in the last decade. So yes, I am an optimist.
And Rutger, you have the last word.
Well, I'm a possibilist. I believe that things can be different.
Thanks for this word creation. Thank you to everybody of you for this wonderful discussion, for the interesting insights into your work, your thoughts, your world. And yeah, let's stay positive. And I invite all of you to the audience to stay tuned and then follow the Q&A session with Rutger Bregman. Thank you, Julia. Thank you, Björn. Thank you, Rutger.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you very much, Katja, Julia, Rutger, and Björn. What stuck with me from this discussion was that the friendliest and the most symbiotic had and have the best chances at survival. With that, this last discussion picks up an underlining thought of some other contributions that we heard today. One thing that is crucial for intergenerational dialogue and solutions is, simple and hard at the same time, being open. Not accepting the present and its paradigms, being open to thinking differently and researching the unknown, like Avi Loeb. Being open to work until we're really old, like the panel on intergenerational contracts suggested, as one means of coping economically, but also of preventing getting lonely at old age. Being open in general in the eye of climate change and the probable end of Western domination, to doing things differently, like Julia Watson just suggested in this last discussion. In a moment, you will have the opportunity to ask Rutger Brechmann all your questions in a Q&A session, and simultaneously there is another second Q&A session with Rasheen Fahandish. We presented her work, A Father's Lullaby, earlier today, which explores the roles of incarcerated fathers and the impact of their absence on family relations and society. The sessions will take place in Zoom. You can find the link via your upcoming box or in the chat. And then from 7 p.m. Central Eastern Time, which is in 24 minutes, there are the 4 talks at Das Blaue Sofa with the President of the German Parliament, Wolfgang Schäuble, and the authors Dana Grigorcia, Raik Anders, and Daniel Visser. And I hope to see you again tomorrow, because we have a second day. Our program starts at 1 p.m. Central European Time, and then the live stream continues with, among others, the designer John Lomberg, who is trying to develop a sign language that warns a lot of future generations about the nuclear waste that is buried underground, which will be there long, long after we all here present today are going to be gone. And we are having a debate on the relationships and sexuality and how it changed through the decades with famous researcher Ruth Westheimer. So thank you for joining us today, and have a nice evening, and I hope very much to see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.